Hey, good evening, everyone. Oh my God, three brothers under 10 dies after falling through icy pond. Oh my God. Oh my freaking God. Lord Jesus. Is that in Memphis? Yes. Oh my God. Oh, guys. They're saying here in Memphis, three brothers under the age of 10 dies after falling through a icy pond. Oh, I need to call my daughter and tell her don't go outside. Don't take the baby out. I have, oh God. Oh God, that's so scary. That's so sad. That's so sad. You know, kids get curious and stuff. You have to watch them. If they see that there is ice, like if there's a pond nearby and they see that there is ice, they think that it's okay. Their curiosity said, "Oh, we could walk on the ice." Oh, it was in Texas. Okay, it was in the Memphis news. We could walk on the ice, and oh wow, and then step on it. You know, that's and maybe they were being watched. Oh Lord, it's so sad. How is everybody doing? I've cleaned up. I'm passing some shelves and stuff to come in, like my pot holders and all of that I need to put together. It looks like it's easy, but I don't like putting stuff. I don't like to like put stuff together. I like for men to do it. Like I just do. But it looks like I'm gonna have to do it. Hey Robert. Hey Blackout. No way as a parent I would have allowed that. Yeah, you can't. You have to watch them. You cannot. And all three were under the age of 10. Because if they fall through that ice, it could freeze back up again real quick. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, I don't even want to think about that. That right there is sad. It really is. Oh Lord. Y'all know we always wait like 5 minutes. And I don't know if people had actually gone back to work today. I think because the temperature has risen, but that ice and that snow is not going anywhere. Like it's still too it's the sun is out, but it's not melting. Like it's still bad out there. I would recommend that nobody gets out because it is still really bad out there. It's like 29 degrees. To me, that's not even warm enough for snow or ice, especially as thick as that ice was to start melting. Sit down, boy. Sit your behind down. And I'm not playing with you either. Sit down. The slightest change in degree could quickly melt that ice on a body of water. I tell you. I tell you. I'm gonna tell y'all something else. Like at nighttime, like you see people they run by the river or they'll run by um in their neighborhoods by the lake. I don't recommend that because water you can't see water at night. It's black. Okay, so I don't recommend people doing that. I think you should stay away from water at night. I used to like to get on the trail and go walking. Now what I do is I stay on the concrete. I don't know why, like God will quicken your spirit. I promise you. Like when you're in tune to God, God will quicken your spirit. I remember last summer, I was walking like on the trail closer to the water. Okay. And I don't know, something came in my mind and said, you need to start looking down to make sure you don't come up on walk up on those snakes. I mean that actually came to my mind. I had never thought that before because they always keep the grass cut and supposedly they got something in the grass to keep the snakes out. But you already know snakes are going to always be where water is, and they're subject to come up out that water. As soon as I thought that in my mind, as soon as God put that in my mind, here my right hand to the Lord, I kept walking on my trail, exercising, and but I started looking down as I was walking. I was like, yeah, let me just start looking down at the grass, and the grass was cut within like less than a minute of God putting that in my spirit. First time ever seeing that. All this years I've been walking on the trail, I see a snake. It was not a real big snake, but his tongue was coming out of his mouth, and he was not like on the side where the river is. He had came out of the water and was in the grass. Like he had just um what is it? Is it coral up or whatever they do in the grass when they ball up or whatever? But he had his head up with his tongue. You know how they tongue be flickering out of their mouth. I said, "Oh my God!" I started screaming. Like I had my oh my God! I just turned the other way and just started running. And if I had not, and he was right there on the trail, like he had his head with his tongue flickering, like out on the trail. Y'all, he would have bit me if I had walked past him because he had his head out on the trail. I said, "Oh my God!" Like I turned and ran the other way. And I said, God, thank you. Like, and I had never thought all the years that I've been walking on that trail, okay, I had never thought you know, to look for no snakes or anything. So what I started doing was just walking on the concrete. So I started walking on the concrete. Um, no, nah, you the one bring division, and we coming for your eval channel. Y'all, so that person that keeps sending me those messages on my phone about, they want to do something to, all those obscene things they want to do to children, they keep coming in here. So we're not, when I want my moderators, what I want my moderators to do, it's the same person. They keep making different pages. I want for my moderators to knock him down on site. Okay. Knock them down on site. Okay. They say trust and believe. It sounds like it's abroad. It's probably a woman, that have not taken her mental meds. Um, and so they say it's an obsession, especially if they say they've been watching my channel for years. Okay, so that's a stalker. Okay, so screenshot the stalker each and every time they come in here, and then knock them down. Okay, we're not gonna give the stalker no shine up in here. Okay, we're not gonna get a stalker no shine up in here. Okay, so stalker, you're gonna have to go somewhere else. Okay, so it says, I want to talk about why Young Dolph's case brought a lot of division. Okay, Yeah, so make sure you guys, you all, as far as this person, screenshot it, because we've got the IP address, and the IP address has been given to the police because when they did it last night, I do believe that this is the person, because I did show it to the police last night. The messages that I had been receiving, somebody had been sending me, um, about, as a matter of fact, let me take this number down, because the police had to take that particular phone. That's the phone that I use. Um, it's like a little, like a little dummy phone that I use to have people to call in or whatever. The police had to take that phone because I believe that this person, that is last night when I called them and they came, they work, they never close. Okay. And the police department is like 2 minutes from where I live at. So, I mean, they out the damn precinct into my neighborhood, into my house. So, they got the IP address of the person. They got my phone because they had to, you know, they got my phone because they got retrieve all, all those messages and stuff, of that person. They got to do something else that been sending me those messages. I think it's this person right here. I do believe it's this person right here. We're going to get the opportunity to see if it's this person. And not only are they going to be held liable for really threatening me on here, because they said, we watching you outside of YouTube. That's what they've said. We got that. They're sending messages, obscene messages about wanting to do obscene things to children. Okay. So, anyways, y'all, we want to talk about why young dogs case. So that's the reason why. That's why I say, you guys, the police said. That's why I said they're not gonna get no shine here. The police had said last night, don't argue with them. Just screenshot and block, and we'll have all of the different IP, different names and stuff that this person. And I'm sure, as far as those phone messages, I believe everything's gonna trace back to this person. Okay. So yeah, so we're not gonna argue with them. We're going to screenshot, because this is a maniac, a sexual maniac, okay? A sexual deviant that wants to do things to children also. And so we gotta make sure we hurry up and get them off of the street and off of YouTube. Okay. So, anyways, we want to talk about why Young Dog's case brought a lot of division. Okay, why Young Dog's case brought a lot of division, and I think for the most part, um, I'm talking about on YouTube. Okay, because it didn't necessarily bring a whole lot of division, um, within the Memphis community, other than when you had people rocking with Yo Gotti. They were not dumb enough to be as brazen, okay, as some of these damn fools on here. Okay. The people that really rock with Yo Gotti, they were not loud. Okay, because I don't think he allowed them to be. Um, I think at one time they thought they would send Black Youngster out, and they quickly had to put a muzzle on him too. They thought they wanted him to be loud, and then they realized that it was not going to be beneficial to them for him to be loud. Okay. Um, and so I'll say, because I don't even think it caused a division in the North Memphis and South Memphis, and I really say that, because I really paid attention to that. Okay. I didn't see people from North Memphis. And I think when I became a blogger, I really started to pay stuff more attention. You didn't see or hear about people getting arrested in North Memphis for going after people in South Memphis about Yo Gotti. Um, you didn't hear about people in South Memphis, other than those little gangs that was already into it. They were already into it, and some of those same gangs was from the damn same neighborhoods. Okay, so it was just that they were already into it. Okay. um but why the case brought a lot of division, I believe, that the case brought a lot of division. It didn't had necessarily have anything to do with people um being mad on. I'm talking about as far as a lot of YouTube stuff, being mad about people talking about Yo Gotti or people talking about Young Doll. Um, as for me, like you see me get on here, and what I like to do is I like to speak about what's right. Okay. And so I have a lot of passion in it. I don't believe in gray areas. Like that's just how I was raised. And so I think sometimes it will make me come off as being brash, but I was just raised. My dad like that. My dad always made us make a decision. Okay. Always. So I just don't believe, and I don't deal with people that like to um kind of, what's the word that I'm looking for? They like to kind of um reside in that gray area. They don't like to, I mean, they really can be considered fence riders, right? And so when I see people riding the fence, my dad taught me early on, if they ride the fence, push them on over to the other side because you don't need them on your side, okay? And so I don't deal with fence riders, okay? Um, I push them on over to the other side so that they don't get splinters in their ass from riding the fence so much, right? I be helping them out because you get splinters in your ass when you sit on that fence too long. So I push you over to the other side, okay? So even though you think you're doing me dirty, I help you because I help you to get them splinters up out your pitiful ass, okay? And so that's kind of why I just kind of stand on what I stand on. And then I was also taught, and which has been like my biggest pain. Okay, it has been my biggest pain because my father, he was not prejudiced, but he was so pro black. He was so pro black. And so with my dad being pro black, remember I told you the rich white guy that I was talking to, I liked. And then I became very embarrassed because my dad about had a fit, and I have regrets about that now, you know. But we're friends though, okay? That own all those bonding companies, right? And I used to think about my dad. Go, you need to make sure he don't look at you, like you need to make sure before you have relations with him, he don't look at you as a bed wench. You know, white men look at black women as bed wenches. I was like, huh, really? You know, like my dad just came from a different era. I don't think it was ignorance. I just think that he took a lot of pride in being black, you know. And it's funny because the guy that he was talking about with really good friends, he's helped me with so much. And I think because of that, I used to always ask him, do you look at me as a bad wench? He used to like, because we never did anything. I was thinking about it though, because I liked him, you know. And I thought about, like dog, his mom, both his mother and his father uh, are judges, right? And as I get to know his mother more, because she has basically taken me up under her wings and she knows that I'm going to go to law school. She is like a beautiful person. Like, she is such a beautiful person. And I see how she allowed, like, when people come into um, her courtroom, how she is graceful. I don't see her trying to throw the key away when there has been especially if there has been a history since childhood. She understands that if there's been some issues, she definitely believes in habilitation and rehabilitation, right? So all people just are not the same, okay? All people are just not the same. And so I get to thinking about, he used to say, he grew up, his mom and his dad, he had a nanny, a black nanny that basically raised him. I see that why he liked dark skinned black women, right? Because he identified with that, I think, right? But my father was so pro black. And so I get emotional when I think about my dad because, you know, for 40 years, my dad fought so hard for the citizens in Memphis. And I think he had some regrets of how he was always gone. And that's because my dad came from a time where he saw where his dad, who worked just as hard as anybody else, made less money um, working the same job as white people, right? And so what my grandfather decided to do was because they was never going to pay him what they was paying the white guys that was working right beside him at Memphis Light Gas and Water. He decided to start his own tree company and made himself a millionaire, right? And so my dad came from watching that, seeing, like, I think all of his fight came from seeing how my grandfather, who has always been um the kindest person in the world, was mistreated, right? And so I think as soon as my dad got into office, he worked hard to ensure, because of what they was doing with city jobs, there was no nepotism, although although in the high paying jobs, although a lot of white people and other races were hiring their family members, they had different last names. Okay. And so they would say, oh, there's no nepotism. You can't work here if you got a relative working here. And so what my dad did was, when he was elected, he said, even though a lot of the white people, they were related, they had last names, and they were different last names, and they would deny it, but they wanted to keep black people from getting those good city jobs, right? And so as soon as he got into office, he made sure one of the first things he did was he threw those policies out that they had used to, he got them overthrown. He got them thrown out, that they had used to keep black people from getting good high paying jobs, right? And so I said that to say this: the way that man fought, never taking off work, just being strong in his stance, I think it took a wear and tear on his body. And when you're a servant, it's a thankless job because you can fight for people. And I watched that through my father. You could fight for them. And then one thing that you can't do for them, after you've done 99 things, they will turn on you. Okay? But it didn't stop him though. And so when I get on here and my stance is strong and I blaze my own trails and I've learned, like, I just get so much done because I'm standoffish and I like to analyze stuff and size people up pretty quickly. Um, I just get more done, and I'm able to be stronger in my stance because I don't give a fuck what you say. Okay. And I think that has been one of the issues on here, because people want me to care. They first of all, what people will do, and I'm just talking about anybody, especially if they want to be, if they clicked up, what they want to do is they want to isolate you. That's one of the things that people will do in any aspect of life. When they want to control you, they'll try and isolate you. Well, I have the type of personality where I like being isolated, so that don't work. Well, the next thing they try to do is, if that don't work, they start trying to ruin your reputation. Okay. Well, there are laws against that. Defamation of character. You fucked all them police officers. Bitch, you don't know me, ho. You don't know a police officer I have screwed other than the two I told you about, and you don't know them. You wouldn't know the one if you had not known he was the police director at one time. You wouldn't have known that if I had not told you. Okay? So that's what they do, which is why when people try and defame your character, okay, they feel like, well, I got a right to say what I want to about you because you out here, you like a public figure. Now there are laws against that. People need to learn the laws. You cannot. It is with malice. You don't know me, so you got to have malice in your heart, right? You're spewing out lies. You can make people prove what they say. They ain't gonna be able to prove it. So it has to be with malice, right? And then if that don't work, what they will start trying to do is they'll start trying to take your life. They will. They'll start trying to violate you. And we saw that with this stuff with Young Dolph, and even worse, this stuff with Onan. And the stuff with Young Dolph, the people like the Trula Mafia guys or whoever they say these people are, people out of CMG camp, whoever these folks were, that they're saying the police is thinking that was involved in this stuff. I guess maybe they had something to hide. Okay. So we're not going to even talk about that. But I'm going to tell you what was worse. When you had Onan and another vlogger that was sending people out, they had nothing to gain. It wasn't like they was involved in the case. Their freedom was not on the line. Nothing. They had nothing. No type of involvement at all other than wanting to be accepted. Now that's what's scary. They had jobs, they had children, they had grandkids, they had all of this stuff that they stood to lose. Because they was gonna lose, somebody was gonna lose their life fucking with me. Okay. Because I ain't no damn fool. All of it is documented. All of it. And so a lot of the division came because people wanted to control the narrative. And it came from vloggers. And I sit back and I watch some things. And it's something because I like to analyze stuff. That's how I am. Now, you all know how I feel about Hernandez Govan and what he did. Okay. I've always said I believed he was involved. And I feel like he should have paid for his involvement. But I watch Hernandez Govan and I watch some of these other vloggers. Hernandez Govan was involved in the case. He had a lot to lose, but it was because of his own involvement. Right? But I haven't seen Hernandez Govan, and I got to say it. I like to analyze stuff. This is the reason why I know insanity is what is on this internet. It's not a whole lot of sanity. We get on here and we get to talking shit, and we'll talk about Govan a little bit, right? He was found not guilty, so we let him make it. We let him go on. Oftentimes, but we'll talk about him a little bit and have some fun and stuff, right? Govan ain't gonna say nothing. He ain't. He ain't gonna say nothing. He ain't gonna be studying it because I believe his mind has told him, I ain't get ready to be arguing with a bunch of damn cackling ass, screaming ass women. But you'll have on the other side end people that ain't got nothing to do with shit that will get a group of people together. They ready to stand in front of a bullet for Govan. Govan ain't even studying them. Oh, I'm doing that. Go to her house because you talk about Govan. He don't got it. He ain't told them to go. He ain't told them to do nothing. Insanity. And it's all because people want to control the narrative. I think people want to be the go-to. Okay. People want to be the go-to person. And then I think also like um I think because so many people are mentally ill and they're able to get on YouTube and be whoever they want to be accepted. And I think some of these manipulators, these dudes, some of these dudes that want to be gangsters and swear they hustlers or whatever they say they are. Okay. Um, I think they're in awe of how they can get on YouTube and not know these people and be able to send them out to do their dirty work for them, right? And and at the reasoning for it, for the division, is because people want to control the narrative. When I used to watch people's channel, I could tell just as well when they have been feeding off of my energy. I would go, dog, that person was looking at my channel because they don't even know how to paraphrase. They say they regurgitate the shit verbatim just like I just said it. Okay. And it's so sad with some of these men how catty they are, a bunch of damn sissies. Okay. Because I was looking at this one vlogger one time. Okay. Um, this particular one is not in Memphis. And he has so much conviction. You know, I used to always, because my dad taught me this. So that's why I used to always talk about, and I started doing this 4, 5 years ago when I got on here. I used to always talk about the roots of a tree. And then I would explain the roots of a tree the exact same way my dad explained it to me. And I was listening to this vlogger one time, and he was saying, I always talk about the roots of a tree. And he said it with a lot of conviction, like he thought about it. And it's so sad as Black people how we feed off of people's energy. And then, you know, what they'll do is they'll send their trolls to try and get your channel taken, to mess with your channel. Um, you know, basically shooting themselves in the foot because they don't really want for people to know that they're getting their information from you. But if the person wasn't on there, you wouldn't even know what to say because you feeding off of their energy 100%. That's how you know they're mentally ill. And so you have people that don't even want to give people their props. Like if I've been looking at somebody else's channel, I always say, you know what? I was just looking at such and such, and this is what they said. And that is because I think that's why I'm so blessed. Like I'm so blessed. I am so blessed. And I think it's because of just how open I am. Like when I keep people shut out, I don't let people use me. You know, people have gotten mad at me because they wanted to use me, and I wouldn't let them. Okay, I've had people to come into my channel, and they wanted me to promote their channel, and because I wouldn't do it, especially after I had been kicked, because that's what I was going to say. Like one of the worst, like one of the biggest heartaches I've had was because my dad taught me, you know, when you get into positions, and my dad always helped to put me into good positions. He did, you know, through his relationships with, you know, city officials and stuff. He did. Um, and so I got, when I got opportunities and stuff, I always felt like this is my opportunity because my dad used to always say, when you get a seat at the table, Gab, you make sure you speak up for your people. I help to put you in positions so you can speak up for our community. But it has always been my community that has tried to drown me. The same people that I've tried to help, it's like they've tried to take my head and push me down up under a tub of water until I kicked and drowned. This is how crucial it is in our community. The same people that I've gone out of my way to help. And it's like I would go against the grain. I would fight so hard when I got in those rooms. And then they would turn around and turn on me. And it would always be the white people to help me to redeem myself. And so I think God allowed me to see that. Number one, I think that's why I've come to the conclusion, you know, don't vote based on race. Vote based on qualifications and character and all of that, right? But I think God wanted me to see that. And there's a sickness in our community, and for me to talk about it, okay? Um, yeah, and for me to talk about it because our community is lost. But one of the reasons, the main reasons that there has been so much division, and you see a lot of Memphis vloggers that are divided. Now, one of the like um True that does his thing. I have to give him his props. Cypress does his thing. Okay. I give Cypress. Cypress is a fun time. We don't laugh at Cypress. We laugh with him. I don't take none of this stuff seriously when he's talking about, Yo Gotti and them. That's his opinion, but we kind of have fun with it. But I think like with other vloggers, some of the other vloggers out of Memphis, even if, even if we had been cool at one time, okay, um, hey, it goes to show like the divisiveness because people fall out all the time and then they go on with their lives, right? But as you all see, our city has like this spirit over it, whereas people can't just hey, fall out because people can fall out healthily, but if you cussing me out and shit, it ain't no redemption from that. Like I don't get back friends with people that do me like that. But that's okay. You go on with your life and you just move on. But as we see that spirit of the same spirit that was insistent on getting young Dolph out the way, um, I'm going to get a crowd to try to take her down. I'm gonna send some folks out that's weak enough to go out, and the loudest ones be other Memphians, right? To try to take down another Memphian. That's why I had to get to a point where I was not playing. Motherfuckers, you going to jail. Okay? You fucking with me because I don't know what you own. At this point, you sick and you got to go down. Okay? And so I think it all comes from that spirit of jealousy that resides over our city, and it is really embarrassing when people are supposed to agree to disagree and move on. I ain't get ready to be every time I come on. I am not getting ready to let my content be about what I don't like on somebody else's channel. I may as well not be a vlogger, okay? If I'm going to be doing content off of me obsessively looking in the bushes at somebody's channel and now, oh, that came on, and did you see when they said that, and they said this, maybe I don't need to be no vlogger. It's something ain't right. It's something wrong mentally, okay? And so that especially as it relates to the young dogs case, because people supposed to be able to, hey, grind and ride with whoever they want to grind and ride with. But when you think that you can come into my channel or you got something to say about how I feel or what I say, you feel like your job is to discredit what I say. It's something ain't right about that. It's something that's not sane about that. Okay, so you know, Young Dolph's case has brought a lot of division because people don't know how to respect each other. They don't know how to respect other people. And respecting other people as a human being is saying, hey, that's their motherfucking channel. I ain't got nothing to do with it. If you leave off of somebody else's channel piping hot mad about whatever it is that they say, especially if they ain't saying nothing about you and your family, you got a mental illness. Because it ain't your damn business and you can't control what people feel or say. So it is something wrong with you. People don't know how to ride their own wave and blaze their own trails. I think about Yo Gotti one of the reasons he took Young Dolph out is because he had this idea of everybody being up under him controlling everybody. And for some reason, the devil made him think that he couldn't be a boss with Young Dolph being alive. He felt like Young Dolph, with his potential, was supposed to be up under him so that he could do Young Dolph like Moneybag Yo and them did Finesse. And it didn't happen like that. Okay. And so you have a lot of other people, I believe, that want to be the voice of the city of Memphis. When each and everybody in Memphis knows different people, Memphis, everybody knows somebody that knows somebody. That's just how it is, especially in the Black community. It ain't no way in the world that just because you don't know something and somebody else knows that it's a lie. People can't even get the information that I get. It's a lot of shit that I just don't say. I ain't no damn fool. A lot of them get it when the news media put it out. But because I dare say what my stance is, and I don't say what I say about certain people just because that's how I want it to be. I'd be a damn fool. I say it because I have reason to believe it, based on facts that I do believe that I get from certain people that they couldn't talk to. Okay. If I'm honest enough to get on here and say, I don't know. I mean, me trying to lead people on ain't getting no money in my pocket. YouTube ain't paying me nothing. Okay. But it's that spirit of wanting to rule over somebody else, and it's ultimately a witchcraft spirit wanting to. I remember Onan said, I remember one time, that was before I learned anything about YouTube, and I was not using like the two-step authenticator. Now I use something else. Okay, I don't even use the two-step. I use something else. So I was not using the two. So what they did was, they say it was Paperwork Party, okay, doing a lot of this stuff, a lot of this hacking and stuff. And because a girl had called me from St. Louis one time and gave me so much information, it was ridiculous. I was like, wow. And she works for a damn insurance claims company. And she's and so I didn't, because I wouldn't even be I didn't even know how to monetize myself, so I definitely was not on here during that time when I first started vlogging. For months and months I was not getting paid because I didn't even know about getting paid on YouTube. And they hacked my channel, and I remember they deleted all of my videos, like all that pertinent information that I put out on my lives. And I remember Onan got on his channel and said, and they told me who was involved. They said it was two bloggers from out of Dallas that was involved too. And he got on his channel, and I'll never forget. And he said, now I bet she hate, because he would get sprung and forget. She hates she ever mess with me. Now y'all don't have to go nowhere. Y'all can come here for all of your information. Y'all don't have to go to other channels. These motherfuckers weren't used to shit. I've been having shit. And so this was giving them more than they ever had, because they came out the garbage. Okay? That's the reason why all of them got reports on them. Okay? And because I do believe that they're capable of murder. If they're a scam, they're capable of murder, trying to hide it. Okay? And so we know Onan was capable of murder, because he had killed a woman in Ohio, and they was giving this man information on folks left and right. You had these women work at the VA hospital, CNAs working for clinics, working for light companies, giving this man people's information, as dangerous as he was. And that obsession had set in right on me. He had a guy sitting up on his channel That was his right hand man that was part of Trula Mafia. What kind of shit is that? Okay? What kind of shit was that? He said, I'm getting justice for Dolph. You got a nigga that's sitting up on the right side of you talking about Trula Mafia was his nephews. And these blind ass folks were scared to call him out on it. Okay? That tells me that's who was sent to my house that day that my father died. I wish I had been in my right mind, but God knew best. Somebody was praying for him because I'd have laid him down. Okay? The only reason why that bitch ain't in jail is because the matches, it wasn't an exact match on it. Okay? Don't get me started about that because I'm gonna get real mad. Okay? Because I don't like being violated. But these men, um, these men was letting on there and sending them out. I guess they was going together. I don't know because I don't understand how men allow other men to send them out like that. Okay. Um, but that all came from wanting to control the narrative, wanting to, put out lies. And that's where all the divisiveness come from. And people sit up, I hear people sit up and talk about, folks making the city look bad. When Onan I ain't hear none of these men hollering and screaming when Onan, you know, was lying and making the city look bad. But you see some of them going at a woman. We gonna make her look bad, bitch. You know I'm the truth. But they'll try and come at me. Thought they was gonna lie on me and ruin my reputation. When you got people every day, they be grinning, trying to get close to them. Sitting up lying, making the city of Memphis look bad from day down one. Okay. And that is because if I ain't got the guts to take her down, or I've been trying to do it, but if they take her down, that's the mindset of a lot of Memphians, then I'll be number one. These bitches can't do it like me. Okay. I'm my own person. Just like everybody else is their own person. I have to pop my collar a little bit to the haters in the background. Cause I know it's a bitch right now. Get on, she talking about you. Bitch, go get you go lay up under your husband. Some of these women, see, here's the thing. They claim to have men, but if they really had men, they wouldn't be going from channel to channel trying to get shit started. I don't do stuff like that. Lady, if you going from channel to channel taking back bones, that means that you ain't getting no dick at home. See, what they'll try to say to me is, well, you ain't got no man. Well, I mean, since I ain't got no man, okay, it's obvious I ain't getting on right now. But it's even worse when you're bragging about you got a man and you on YouTube all day carrying bones. Bitch, he don't want you, hoe. You ain't getting none. That's even worse. When you got one and can't get none. Because if you was, you be laid up under your man and not on YouTube carrying bones. See, that's why I don't like me. Okay? I just tell it like it is because YouTube don't pay my bills. And people gravitate to me because they know realness. If they don't like me, they just don't like me anyways. Everybody ain't gonna like you. And the ones that don't like me, good, because they probably don't need, I'm glad they don't. Okay? Because I don't need their energies. If they didn't like me, I wish to God they would stay up out of my bushes. That would make me feel even better. But that's the reason, okay, that Young Dolph's case caused a lot of division because most people could not respect each other. Okay. And what I've learned about weak men are when they see a strong woman, it's so sad. It happens in black men. What they do is They work hard to try to break her. That's a demonic force that is in our men trying to break women. And that's why I tell them I can't fight with no man. I'm gonna use the police to break you. If you don't want the police in your business, leave me alone, dude. I ain't fighting with no man. I'm gonna put the folks on you. I'm gonna dig up all your dirt and then I'm gonna send it to the police and put the police on you. It wouldn't be nothing for me to send somebody and to sit outside your house and watch and see what the fuck you got going on and turn you in to the police. Okay? That ain't even the type of energy that I want to have, but I have to let these men know. Leave women alone. If I ain't bothering you, don't ever think you could break me. You didn't make me. So that demonic spirit in you can't break me. Because I'm not going to let you. Okay? But that's the issue that happened with the Young Dogs case. People don't know how to respect each other. Because I don't agree with a lot of things that people say that I'm cool with. I might not even agree with it. Okay? I might not even agree with it. But I respect it. What's up, Diane? I might not agree with it, but I respect them. And that has been the issue in the Young Dogs case because everybody, I would think, but I can't expect for everybody to think like I think. I would think everybody would be on one accord when we say what they did to Young Dog was not right. It wasn't nothing right about killing that man. I wouldn't even think that that would be an argument amongst human beings that's got blood running through their veins, that's got feelings. It ain't nothing right about it. But instead, people want to kill somebody about that. I said it was right. He should have kept his mouth closed. As I said, that spirit of witchcraft resides over Memphis. And that's why I'm glad the feds out there getting a lot of these folks. It has to happen. Because that energy was out there. If you don't think like I want you to think, I'm going to kill you. Okay? It was that death demon that people had on them, which is a really, because you hear folks say, I'm gonna put a spell on you. Why you gonna put a spell on that person? You don't know him. You ain't never even met him. I don't like him. Why not? I want to see him dead. That's that lunatic spirit that resides over my city. Okay, it's a lunatic spirit, an assassination spirit. If I can't assassinate your body, I'm going to assassinate your character. Okay? And so that's why you have to have the law to get them right. You think I'm going to work hard for my reputation and let a disgruntled, jealous bitch ruin it with lies? You damn right. And anybody else should do the same thing. That's why I always say keep you a fund for a lawyer. Okay? Because they'll make and put the law on some of these folks, because at some point it becomes harassment. Okay. I don't know why people are so concerned about my JJ. They went to talking about Mr. Parker. She screwed Mr. Parker. Mr. Parker was my man at some point. Yeah, I did. I screwed him. Okay. I did. And I couldn't wait to do it. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but I couldn't wait. It had been 2 years. I beat him to the bedroom. I was trying to get there so quick. Okay. Because it had been 2 years. Okay. But that was my business. Okay. That was my business. What's up, show me state? What's going on? It's your first time up in here? But you had people, okay? They felt like that was their business. I'm a 40-some-year-old woman. Why would it be anybody's business what I do? She was a dispatcher. I ain't never in my damn life been no dispatcher. Okay. And I can't wait till I get me another man. School got me stressed out right now. But when I get me another one, I'm going to grab him by his shirt like I did Mr. Parker and pull him in the bedroom. Okay. That's how I do it. That ain't no tea. That's me. And it still ain't nobody business. But it just goes to show, okay, how mentally sick a lot of these people are. How mentally sick a lot of these people are. Okay. They thought they had a right to know about my sexual escapades to the point, and these were my men. Some of these folks sit up and talk about they been prostitutes. I ain't never been no prostitute. I ain't never been no slut. I ain't never gave no man my money. Every man that I ever been with, except for Mr. Parker, and he was doing it in the beginning, took care of a sister. That's how I was raised. I know my value. Okay, I know my value. But it's so sad when you hear when other sisters feel like they need to lie on a sister. Okay, to try and bring her down. Okay. Okay. It ain't nothing cool about it. Yeah, I gotta be nice. My mama in here. Y'all say hello to my mama. I love my mama. I be just joking. Okay. I be joking a lot. Y'all speak to my mama shit. Oh, ooh. I didn't mean to cuss. Oh Lord. Yeah, my mama sends me a text message when I mean, y'all know I joke a lot. I be joking a lot. Oh Lord. Anyways, y'all, let's get back to what we was talking about. So, anyways, that was like the divisiveness, like of what went on with the Young Dogs case, right? Um, I think everybody wanted to be like the go-to person when people should just whatever they knew, because there are a lot of people that know stuff that I didn't know, right? They knew things that I didn't know, and so there was no I didn't need to just because I didn't know it. I didn't try and discredit anyone just because I didn't know it because they may know some people that knew something that I had not heard. So that's why I say you have to have a respect. And I think it was ludicrous to try and even though the only time because anybody out even outside of Memphis, just because a person does not live in Memphis, don't mean that they don't have ties in Memphis. Hell, they could have had ties to the very people that was involved in this. So that's why it's not good to discredit people just because they don't live in Memphis. One of my I was talking to one of my subs one day, and one of my subs was like, Tam, No, as a matter of fact, I got off the it was one of my subs. I got off the elevator at 201 Poplar, and she noticed me. She's like, "Ain't your name Tamara?" I said, "Yeah." So it was when I went to the restroom. She came in and started talking to me. She said, "You know, Miss Tamara, I saw another vlogger that be vlogging." I said, "Really?" I said, "Who?" She said, he was right in Memphis." She said she had saw him at the Kroger, like around the Fraser area or something. I know she said around the Fraser area. I said, "Who?" She said, Mr. Petty Talk. I said, "Really?" Like, so you don't ever know. And Mr. Petty Talk vlog on the Young Dogs case all the time. You don't ever know um who has ties in Memphis and who doesn't. And so that's why I would be remiss if I sat on here and said any vlogger can vlog about Memphis. But what used to get me was when you had, because people were so dogmatic, you had a lot of low down vloggers trying to discredit Memphis vloggers because they wanted to control the narrative. And they was flat out trying to attack them because they knew that they figured that more Memphians would know what had happened, especially in the Young Dogs case. So they went after some, especially me, because they felt like I was affiliated with the police department and stuff. So they definitely came after me, right? Um, and I think sometimes it's very disappointing because the people that really stood by me when people were coming after me. I gotta be real. It was more people on the outside of Memphis that stood by me when a lot of these men who wanted to discredit me because they knew I had the juice, they would steal my information. And True Results. I got to get True Results his props too. He's a Memphian. I forgot about him. True Results is a Memphian, okay? And I think I mentioned Big True there and True Results too. Okay, I forgot about him, and I ain't trying to throw shade at nobody. Okay, because sometimes I be forgetting about some of the it's other Memphians and stuff that's got channels. I be forgetting. But True Results did too. True Results got on his channel one night and he's tore a new a hole in some people for for coming at me. He True Results went live, and y'all know True Results don't go live often. True Results went live and came at some people that came at Onan that and for messing with me, and somebody else did too. Justice for Dolph did too. Justice for Dolph stood up for us, be standing up for a sister. Okay, the Alabama hitter. Okay, Alabama hitter put somebody up out of his channel one night. I don't even go into a whole lot of people's channels, but and there was a person that had been on his channel regularly, and they called themselves gonna attack me, and Alabama hitter put them up out of his channel. So that's why I say you can't just. I mean, it's a spirit that's and I've gotten unfortunately too a lot of attacks from other Memphians, and they knew the truth. They knew the truth. That's why I say it's something. I have to say it. When you have people that are not even in the case that try to attack me, and you got a man over here that was in the case. I'm talking about Hernandez Govan. And y'all ain't never heard that man get on his channel and attack me. Ever. Okay. That's because he know. And some of the same shit that I've said in the past, Quet get on his channel and say it. I was attacked for it. They don't attack him. Okay. I had to put that out there too. Wonder why they're not attacking him for he's saying some of the same stuff that I've said in the past. Anyways, I'm gonna leave that alone before I get mad, okay? Because y'all know I feel one coming on to my mama lurking around this chat. Because I feel like, oh, I wants to say some real bad things, but I don't cuss in front of my mama. I don't cuss in front of grown people, okay? She already sent me a message saying I'm losing my mind talking about things of a sexual nature. Anyways, y'all. But I said all that to say this: people need to start respecting each other. Rather, if you don't agree with what somebody agrees with, hey, um, listen, don't go on their channel. Don't look at their stuff. That's the same thing to do. But I ain't nowhere in the world I'm getting ready to have content off of what somebody said that I don't like. That will make me look like a hater or a non-vlogging MF. Okay. Oh my god. Is the Black Barbie in here? Black Barbie. Did what's our girl name? Tish. Is Tish in here? Did you ever get your page right? Did Tish ever get her page right? Did I see her in here earlier? Tish, did you ever get your page right? I thought I saw Tish in here earlier. Um, maybe she ain't in here. I thought I saw Tish in here earlier. Hitter, what's Tish name? Tish got so many names. I know she used Janice and she used another name, something Wing, and then she used something else. Okay. Cypress said, "Don't crank them up. We're gonna have a good day." I ain't gonna crank them up, Cypress. I ain't get ready to say nothing. I ain't get ready to say nothing, Cypress, about Mr. Parker. I was just saying. I mean, I ain't get ready to crank up on Mr. Parker today. I listen. I've I've let this stuff. I mean, I have been let it go. I let it go after I sent him back to North Carolina. But he was the one going from channel to channel, um, you know, doing what he did. And Mr. Parker did some low down stuff that I don't even talk about necessarily on here. I ain't even scratched the surface. And I don't even scratch the surface, but it was messed up how he called himself, I don't know why he did that, well, I know why he did it. He was low down. Um, think he was going to the enemy when I hadn't even scratched the surface on him. I had not even scratched the surface. So anyways, y'all, but that's that with the young dog situation. That's why, because people don't know how to respect each other. You have to respect other people. If you don't like the content they put out, stay off of. I ain't gonna talk about it no more here. Stay off of their channel if you don't like what people are talking about. Okay, stay off of their channel. Um, yeah. Anyway, is Tierney in here? I think was it Tierney that told me that she saw Mr. Petty? I think it was Tierney who said that she saw Mr. Petty. He was in Fraser. He was at a store in Fraser. Um, Y'all hit that like button for me. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Anyways, y'all, I want to show y'all this. Since my mama want to hang around this chat today for some reason, see, that's why it ain't good for folks to be snowed in, child. She wants to look at the chat on the day that I'm acting bad. And I'm gonna tell y'all something about my mom to be in here. My mama gives me y'all the silent treatment. Like when she mad at me. Like I be calling my mama like 3 and 4 times a day to talk to her. When she mad at me, like she got mad at me, she call herself mad at me right now. She won't even answer the phone. She won't even answer the phone. She knows that her leg, she knows that we have to check on her because of how her leg is, and she won't even answer. She won't even answer the phone when she get mad, and she'll be quiet and hold a silent treatment. I used to think about that. I used to think maybe I got that from my dad. I'm like that too. Like when I get mad, I won't talk for days and days and months and months. One of my aunties, rest her soul, we called her Margie. We called her Margie. She used to always say, when you and your sister get mad, y'all stay mad too long. At some point, you supposed to get unmad. We be mad for over a year. We ain't talking to you. I guess we get that from my mama. My mama hold that silent treatment.
When we were put into slavery, we were beat into submission, and the person that we looked up to was the slave master. So what you have to understand,
y'all, we doing reviews on this documentary.
In America,
the other half
look
of
at
it. We
themselves
looked at half
through the
last
eyes
night.
of the slave master. We feel the same way that they feel about us. We want the same thing.
There have always been laws that would pit African American people against other African American people. During slavery, they had a law called the Meritorious Manumission Law, where African people would get rewarded for turning in another African slave or turning in a person who wanted to create some type of rebellion or runaway slave. So there were all types of incentives to give African American people for turning on each other.
I mean, all of our major.
And it's funny that they said that. And I think these documentaries are so, like, just so informative. And it's not to spread hate, it is to spread awareness. As Hilda was saying the other day, if you know where you came from, then you know where not to go back to. Okay. But if you don't know where you came from, you don't know how not to, you tend to let history repeat itself. And that is happening today, except for now we're doing it to each other too. There's an incentive for hurting each other. We could take what happened to young Dolph as an example. They promised straight drop, all the riches and glory. He's gonna be the next big thing up on CMG, 100 grand, 50 grand or whatever, to hurt another man. And it didn't work out anyways.
Your organizations are supported by people who classify themselves as white. So it becomes difficult to bite the hand that feeds you.
Give the illusion of inclusion. And under the illusion of inclusion, we're actually going to take them back to Jim Crow. That's what they're doing. They're taking us back as they give us the propaganda of going forward. And they do this through the hoop. Black bourgeoisie. Every city got a black bourgeoisie. This is how white supremacy operates. A numerical minority cannot control a numerical majority without participation from the majority. It's impossible. A lot of black secret societies are secret to the black community because you're not secret to the dominant society, because if you're a black secret society or a black organization, either you're going to be funded by the dominant society or you're going to be infiltrated by the dominant society. So a lot of these black organizations are secret to black people.
If you look at most uber rich black people, I'm not talking about the rappers, because that's not moving the financial scope. But I'm talking about the black people that really are making money, especially the men. You don't see anything cultural about them. You usually don't see no beard. You usually don't see no long hair. They're not threatening at all. You never see them stand for anything. And a few of them may stand when all of the black people are standing so they won't look bad. Like they'll jump on a Trayvon bandwagon and throw a hoodie on and, you know, take a pose for the camera. They're not really going to move the pose.
I agree with him 100%. They tend to jump on those bandwagons when they hear other cultures say, oh, this is wrong. When the media coverage, there's a lot of media coverage, and you have the masses of all colors out there, not just the blacks, but it has to be a mixture of other races that is also standing. And then they go, oh, okay, well, the media is out here. So, of course, that's going to make me look good. And you see a mixture of races that's supporting this protest. So it's safe for me.
And that's what I keep telling people. You know, a lot of black people who are doing very well for themselves, who benefited off the system being the way that it is, why would they change?
A lot of the black secret societies, they were started because many of the people were the mulatto offspring of slave masters. As a matter of fact, in South Carolina, there was a group called the Brown Fellowship Society, and they were basically freed Africans who were the offspring of the slave masters, and they didn't want to identify themselves with black, and they couldn't be accepted by the dominant society, so they called themselves Brown. They settled on that. And there was a major uprising that was going to happen in South Carolina, the Denmark Vesey resurrection. And there were members of this organization called the Brown Fellowship Society that told on the Denmark Vesey rebellion leaders.
Money is an anesthetic. It kind of dulled the pain a little bit. You know, well, maybe I can make it. Well, it ain't so bad. Well, there's some good ones out there. I mean, we come up with a whole new scenario or rap to talk about once we get really, really big successful.
Flat and impoverished, it is the last place on earth to look for the extraordinary or for the shadow of greatness.
For generations, black people have been economically disenfranchised by different laws, different types of public policies. So because there's economic deprivation, it's very easy to find black people who need the money and who are willing to throw other black people under the bus for money. So this is why it's important for African-American people, or us in general, to have rules and integrity when we're trying to get our paper. Because like they say, man, all money is not good money.
There's tons of millionaire rap artists alone. 20 years ago, there was no record deals. There was no shows for just anybody. Now everybody's touching some money. So what rules? The rules is go get money. So all the rules went out the way. All the rules were forgotten. You know what I'm saying? And what happens is dudes get lost because they never had to follow no rules. They never looked up to anybody that was a stand-up person. So it's all about paper. There is no rules.
I agree with Niles on that. And you think about this video probably was made like around 2013 or something like that. And it has gotten way worse. It has gotten way worse since then. Okay. And the reason why I say 2013, because I think the young lady, the psychiatrist, the female black that is in this video, died in 2015 or something like that. So I would say that they started this documentary around 2012, 2013. Okay. So we see how bad it is now as it relates to nobody cares. There are no rules. I'll take my mama out. I just got to get to the paper. Okay.
So what happens is they wind up one day, I got a little money and I don't know why I don't have no real respect, because they forgot to look at the examples before them.
What did a promotion mean for black folks? Let's just take a look at what promotions meant. Okay, if you're promoted as a woman, the likelihood is you are either going to be breeder, right? You're going to end up getting bred or passed around as a favor, right? So there's fear around, inherent fear around being promoted. If you're a man, you get promoted into what? An overseer? So then you get promoted into being my oppressor. So I'm not all that interested in you getting promoted. Or maybe, you get promoted into being a stud, right? You get promoted into, here's another one, being a preacher. Interesting, all the things that happen around that. At one time, the churches used to be a place that was some power for us and where we could go and have certain discussions or mobilize and things. Well, faith-based money that Bush came up with eliminated that, because once the churches applied for and got that money, they couldn't say nothing else about racism no more. That they bought them out.
There was another organization
Hey,
called
Florida Two
the Blue Vein
Pistol.
Society down in New Orleans, and they were called the Blue Vein Society because they were mulatto black people who would only let other light-skinned black people in the organization. The rule was you had to be light enough so they could see your blue veins. That's why they call themselves the Blue Vein Society. Even now, and until recently, a lot of so-called black organizations, they've had this brown paper bag test. You had to be a certain skin tone in order to be accepted. So there are a lot of these black secret societies that take on a lot of the negative viewpoints of the dominant society, or that the dominant society have of other black folk. We know.
Now, I was talking about that recently. Y'all know I have to pause it because we can't just play it all the way through. We have to play it and then pause it. I was talking about that. You know, Lynn Whitfield, the actress, is from around Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and I was telling y'all that it was really, really bad, like that around Louisiana, where they are very color struck, and it just comes from generations of it. That's why, they speak a lot about. I told y'all about the guy that I was talking to, communicating with at one time from down in Louisiana. He just kept bringing up his skin tone to me. He was so fascinated with being I guess they call it a Creole or whatever. And I think he thought I was supposed to be fascinated with it. And he kept saying, he would always say, a lot of people say I look like I'm mixed, and then he would bring it up every time we talk. They say I could pass for a Mexican, but he had nothing else going for himself, really, which is why we stopped talking. And so I asked him, I said, so let me ask you something. When you get pulled over by the police, because this is like many years ago, like when you get pulled over by the police, like, do they treat you differently down there? What do they classify you as, like, if they arrest you? No, they treat us like we niggas. I said, oh, okay. He got quiet. I said, oh, okay. Because I wanted him to think about that, And so Lynn Whitfield said that about, even like with her aunties, she said that her aunties still adopted that, that I guess that like a doctrine to them. Her auntie was talking about one time how she was running certain guys off from her granddaughter, because of them being dark skinned, So, and if you look at Lynn Whitfield, because Lynn Whitfield has a daughter that is mixed, she's half white. And but when you look at Lynn Whitfield, she's not that light skinned to me. She's light brown, but she was talking about how bad it was in her family, and around that area in Louisiana that she grew up in, that you had to pass the brown paper bag type situation. You couldn't be darker than a brown paper bag.
That the first full-time FBI agent in American history, black agent, was actually hired to infiltrate the Marcus Garvey movement, working under the supervision of J. Edgar Hoover to destabilize it.
African American people are the only people who are rewarded for turning on other African American people. You don't see that with other people in the dominant society. You don't see Latino people being rewarded for turning on other Latino people. You don't see Asian people being rewarded for turning on other Asian people. But if there are African American people who are willing to talk badly or negatively about other African American people or throw other African American people under the bus, they get book deals, they get TV shows, they get radio show deals. So there are all types of rewards and incentives for African Americans to throw other African Americans under the bus. And this comes directly from slavery.
At one time, the black man had to grin and smile all the time. Everything, it didn't matter what. You had to keep grinning, keep smiling. That was to show all of the white people that you were not hostile and you was a happy Negro. You wasn't mad about nothing. No matter how I've been treated, I'm still happy.
In the history of America, there have always been compromising black people who would do things to compromise the rest of the community. And there have been several names historically for black people who do things like this. The sellout, Uncle Tom, Mammy, Coon, all types of names utilized for people who will compromise the rest of the black community.
You can't be born a coon. No, you have to practice being a coon.
Practice grinning, practice bucking your eyes. Yeah, it's hard work to be a coon.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Paul is I think he's rest in peace to him. I think he's dead now.
Why, that man is just wasting money.
From coon to tycoon.
The United States Army Office of Intelligence hired a black man by the name of R.R. Moore. This is going to blow people's mind. Booker T. Washington's vice principal at Tuskegee Institute was a paid undercover intelligence officer for the United States Army, whose job was to spy on Booker T because they were concerned that he was using Tuskegee, and they were correct in their suspicions, as a hideout for black revolutionaries away from the Klan and away from the government. We know that the man who infiltrated Malcolm and served as one of his security men, Gene Roberts, was an agent. And then after he brought Malcolm down, he goes and brings the Panthers down. So they used him again after, because nobody knew who he was yet. So they was able to use him again. And then he brought down the Panthers.
There is one thing that we have to be dealing with, and that is the issue of total emancipation and liberation of our people. And if that's not the deal, then you're not part of the solution. And so we have to look at this very carefully, and we have to let folk know, whatever they may be, with all those minorities, if we all came together, we would understand we are the majority. But as long as we are divided, we will be conquered. And as long as they can play one group against another group, whatever it may be, whether it is the internal Willie Lynch syndrome or whether it is a cultural Willie Lynch syndrome, we will always be controlled, contained, and dominated by the true minority.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button for me. He said, "Together we can conquer. Divided we fall." I agree 100%. Y'all hit that like button for me, okay? Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. If you have not liked the channel, please do. I mean, like the video, please do like the video. I found some. This right here is knowledge, and I love sharing stuff like this.
Went from formal enslavement, emancipation, and so black people thought they were free. And then what happened? The black codes were instituted. In other words, if the black people had you're free from enslavement and now just spread out in the population and nobody's focusing on color, white would have disappeared. We wouldn't have a white population in America. So the black people had to be put again under control with the black codes. And of all the black people, the black men in particular.
All of a sudden you got 4 million free people. And the Southern plantation owners are sitting there looking like, who's going to work my land? Who's going to build these bridges? Because the war was fought in the South. Bridges destroyed, train tracks ripped to shreds. The economy can't move. You know, you begin to think about if you don't have these kinds of arteries that can move goods and products from point A to point B, if you can't get stuff from the port into the interior. So part of what they come up with, they being the state legislatures in Mississippi, Louisiana, Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, are the black codes.
There was a congressional statute that was passed right after the end of slavery to deliberately control the black population. They wanted to keep the population at zero growth. Since the end of American slavery, there has been a deliberate plan to try to reduce and eliminate the population of Africans that come in this country. That's precisely why when immigrants escape from Cuba and Haiti to come to America, the Cubans are allowed in and the Haitians are sent back. See, the problem with us is they don't know what to do with us. You can't send us nowhere else. Anybody else can be sent home. They say, why they let the Chinese come in here and buy up the country? Because when they get tired of them, they can send them back, okay? They get tired of the East Indian, they can send them back. They get tired of the Mexican, they can send them back. But the Africans, you built this. You are the only non-European in this country who has more of a right to be here than he does. So you just can't say, well, we sending all y'all.
Y'all hit the like button for me. Y'all know we have to stop it ever so often. I'm trying to see how many likes we got, you guys. Okay, y'all, we need 28 more likes to get it to 100 likes. No, we don't. We need 38 more. We need 38 more likes, y'all, to get it to 100 likes.
Back to Africa, you can't, because we the original American as well. So since we can't get rid of you that way, we got to come up with other more clever strategies to reduce your numbers and control you.
If you're an older black person, you'll remember when
Hey,
you were a
Black
kid, your
Moolah.
parents would always tell you to get home before the street light came on. That was a rule in the black community for years. That rule came from the sundown rule. That was like this unwritten policy for a long time in America, where black people were not allowed to go to certain cities around the country or be in certain towns after 6 o'clock. When the street light came on, black people had to be out of these cities, or you could get lynched, killed, arrested, or whatever. There's a great book about this called Sundown Towns by a guy named James Lowen. He talks about all of these cities around America that had these unwritten sundown laws, and they literally had signs saying that black people don't let the sun get down on you here in this city. And this was all over the country, not just in the South. A lot of people think that the South just had all of these racist laws, and a lot of these sundown cities were in the North.
And what they're designed to do, they serve multiple purposes. One is to keep the black community in place. It is to know that at any time you can get got, and that there is nobody coming to rescue you.
I know this is gonna sound like a goof question, but I gotta ask y'all this. So when they hung people, did the people die from asphyxiation or did they die from their neck being broke? Was it which one was it? Was it asphyxiation or was it for their throat from their neck getting broke from being hung? I got curious about that.
The sheriff's not coming because sometimes the sheriff's in on it. The state's not coming because the state's like really cool with that. The feds aren't coming because the feds are like, well, this looks like a states' rights issue to me. And besides, we don't want to get involved in that. Nobody's coming to rescue you.
Have you seen those famous pictures where you see those kids, those children smiling at some black person, man or woman, being burnt and lynched? That's unforgivable. That's insane. It's a form of insanity. It's airborne. It's a sickness.
But what spectacle lynchings were, they were an event, and they would announce the lynching. They would order special trains because, everybody wanted to see this lynching. And so they could get people to the lynching site. They'd sell tickets and they would announce it in church, so they're reading the announcements. Oh, and so on Easter Sunday, we're going to have da 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 da. And on Monday, right after Easter, there's going to be a lynching of a Negro. Special tickets will be sold. Be sure to bring your picnic baskets.
Concepts of pick a nigger becomes picnic. They would have festivals, and the entertainment was to kill a person of African descent. This is who we're dealing with.
W.E.B. Du Bois talks about, he was writing this letter to the editor. He was really upset about something, and he's walking down the street to hand this letter in, and he looks in the window, the storefront, and there are the knuckles, Sam Hose's knuckles, a black man who was lynched and dismembered. His knuckles are on display as a kind of wonderful trophy. Look what we have here. And this is when Du Bois is like, oh, this is deeper than I even thought about.
The same way that they do animals too. And what I was gonna say is, one of the reasons that it is good to, like, a lot of uh, like our ancestors, and a lot of people wouldn't even believe this, but like our Harriet Tubman, there are two books that are out there that Harriet Tubman, that was written on her in her own words, okay, before she died. And both books were written, because there are a lot of books out there so about her, so you have to be careful. There are only two that was written in her own words. There was an editor who recorded her and was able to transcribe everything that she said, and it was in her own words. And the reason that the two books were written was because she was about to, the government, a government, people made a big fuss about the government not giving her a home after all of the work that she did, right? So the government gave her a house in I believe it was like around Buffalo, New York, or something like that. I forget where it was, some parts of New York where her home sits now as a museum. And then they was about to take it back in taxes. They was about to take it back in taxes, because what she ended up doing was, and she spoke in the book a lot about how, she used her home. It was almost like a hospital. So people that had been slaves, she would oftentimes take them in and help to nurse them back to health or care for them, because a lot of times, if they had been slaves, they was already sick, because they were old and sick, and a lot of times they didn't have anywhere to go. As they got older, their health would decline because of all the trauma that they had been through. And she said she would pray so much, and a lot of times she would have so many people, it was not even enough to feed them. So what ended up happening was, they had to pay taxes even back then. And so she wrote the two books because both times she was about to lose her property to taxes. So the government gave it to her and then got ready to take it back. Okay. So she got the money that she was paid for her stories, by this editor. She was able to get the money to keep her taxes. Okay.
It goes back. The Romans had a thing about putting African people on wood. They called it crucifixion. Moving aside from the religious concept, historically speaking, that did occur. But they didn't put them on a cross. They put them on an X, hands and feet spread. And the taking of their genitals and the cutting of their bodies, the organs, and and eating it. Vlad the Impaler put people on wood. They enjoy the relationship of blackness and people to wood.
Envy, jealousy, envy of the power that you as a black man have. That's why they always wanted to castrate you, because the sperm that you carried could completely eliminate their race and nationality. That's a lot of power, because they can't make nothing but their own kind. You can make any kind.
They're always trying to put something, blame some area. It's all America. If you're in Mississippi, or if you're in California, if you're and California is a myth. They're always pretending California is very liberal, and I think Mississippi burned what, once, maybe twice, during Martin Luther King and Kennedy, maybe twice, 2 or 3 times. I don't know. But up north, California has burned what? You don't have enough fingers to count.
The North gets a pass. The North gets a big pass. So, Mississippi. But you think about what King talked about when he went up to Chicago and hit Cicero, Illinois, and he's like, "Ooh, this is worse than Mississippi."
Well, this is a terrible thing. I've been in many demonstrations all across the South, but I can say that I have never seen, even in Mississippi and Alabama, mobs as hostile and as hate-filled as I've seen in Chicago.
And all these things.
I want to piggyback off of that, because y'all know I like to look at all, like Josephine Baker. Like I was very fascinated with her. She was from out of St. Louis, and I think St. Louis will be considered like the Midwest. A lot of people consider it the South, but I think it would be considered like the Midwest or something like that. And when Josephine Baker, she thought when she started to come back over to the United States, because she ran from the United States because of the racism. When she started to come back, when she became famous to perform in the States, she wouldn't perform with a segregated audience. And so around the South, in one of her books, she said she expected that. But when she got back to her hometown, she said it too, like around the Illinois area, around the Missouri area, she thought that it would be better. And she said what she was met with was when she started, when she, complained about, she started fighting for civil rights. She started speaking about she was not going to perform with a segregated audience and all of that. She said that what she started to hear at her hotels, where black people were working, like a lot of black people was mad at her for kicking up fuss about not performing with a segregated audience and speaking up about their conditions and civil rights. She said, they would be mad at her because they was like, she's coming and starting all this trouble, and she don't have to live with these white people. So, they wanted to comply. They was mad at her because they were saying she's going to go back over to France to her mansion, and she don't have to live with these white folks, and she's coming and kicking up all this fuss. So the North has always been given a pass, um, saying that they were more liberated and less racist. But you have to understand that's a myth, because a lot of the Southern people migrated to the North and they didn't leave their racism and prejudice ways behind.
Come about at the same time, the 70s. Right after the 60s was over, America said we can never let this happen again. We had Malcolm X, Elijah Muhammad, Martin Luther King, Medgar Evers, Huey P. Newton. The Black Power struggle and the Civil Rights movement wore America out. It wore them out. When that was over, they said we ain't never going to go through this again.
If it had melanin and if it wasn't comfortable with being in its place, it was a threat to J. Edgar Hoover, who led the FBI. So J. Edgar Hoover was after Garvey, Marcus Garvey. I mean, you go through the FBI files, they were tracking the NAACP because they thought the NAACP was too radical.
And so J. Edgar Hoover put out or made a black think tank, or he put up a black department in order to monitor all of the so-called charismatic leaders of that time. And he had a file on Martin Luther King. He had a file on Stokely Carmichael, or Kwame Ture. He had a file on Malcolm X. He had a file on the Nation of Islam. In fact, his people had infiltrated the Nation of Islam and all subsequent organizations thereafter.
Marcus Garvey made more money than anybody in history of America that wasn't on the stock market. That's what they busted him for.
The reason for so much crime is not white racism. It's because of all of these single black mothers having all of these kids out of wedlock and no fathers are being around. That's the new narrative coming from many of those in the right. And that theory has a lot of holes in it because the black crime rate has always been disproportionately high in America, even before the so-called breakup of the black family in the 1960s. See, before 1964, most black families were together. Most black couples were married. So the father was in the home. But the crime stats were still disproportionately high. Even going back to the 1920s and 30s, when most black families were together, the crime stats were still disproportionately high for African-American people. So why is that? The same reason then is the same reason now. The reason why the crime stats are more high in the black community, because more things are illegal for black people to do. Even then, during the 1920s and 30s, if a black person rode on a certain part of the bus, that was illegal. If you drank from a certain water fountain as a black person, that was illegal. If you were in a certain part of town at night, that was illegal for an African-American person. And even now, you have a lot of racially based laws that apply specifically to African-American people and not other people. You have stop and frisk that disproportionately targets African-American people.
And let's not forget, they still have a lot of sundown towns that they do not bring attention to. There are still a lot of sundown towns where you cannot be in that town when the sun goes down. Okay.
You have drug laws that disproportionately target African American people. They have something called the knockout game. There's a new law that they've made up out of thin air, and they put that on the African American community. So that's the reason why crime has always been disproportionately high, or the crime stats have been disproportionately high, because blacks are disproportionately targeted.
They always say, like in the summertime, black folk don't act right. It's not that black folk don't act right in the summertime. It's just that black folk come to their senses when it's warm. Because if that were true, Los Angeles would always be in an uproar. What happens is when you're in a warm climate in New York City, those memories are reinvigorated. Those ideas come together. You visit your family more often. You eat the fruits that you used to eat back home. You start to think. And when people try to dominate you, you start saying, wait a minute, no. Psychologically, we go back to ourselves when we're in the climate that we left.
During the 1960s, there was something called the Long Hot Summer Riots. In 1967 alone, there were 100 and some race riots all around the country. So then B. Johnson, he put together something called the Kerner Commission to try to figure out what was going on, why these riots were going on, why were black people tripping like this so hard, because black people normally wake up during the summertime. We feel a sense of our naturalness, so a lot of black people would wake up during the summer. So they wanted to figure out why black people were rioting at this time so much. So the Kerner Commission came up with the natural answer: black people were fed up with racism. But the government was basically like, okay, look, we've always been racist, so that ain't it. Why are they tripping now? So there was a guy named Moynihan, Senator Moynihan, who was also a sociologist. He came up with a theory, and he said basically, after the Civil Rights Act was signed, America kept making all of these promises to African American people that the government knew they weren't going to keep. They kept telling black people they're going to get equality, equal housing, equal jobs, fair this, equal that. And they knew they weren't going to keep these promises, and black people were getting frustrated and upset because those promises were not being met. So Moynihan came up with a solution. He said, let's put together a public policy called benign neglect. And benign neglect basically means, look, if we don't promise black folks stuff, they won't expect nothing, they can't get mad. So this benign neglect public policy is in place to this very day. And this is why African American issues are never discussed on a national level. And they talk about minority issues as if that's synonymous with African American, and it's not.
There's this guy.
Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. I hope y'all enjoying the documentary too. He says Texas has a lot of them. Yeah, Louisiana. I think all of them. Mississippi. They even saying some parts of Tennessee. But I remember a young lady that I went to high school with spoke about her and her family went on a vacation down in Louisiana to visit some family members, and they stopped in a town to go in and eat in a town. And when they got in there, they told them, y'all can't eat in here. And hell, that was when I was in high school in the 1990s. They was doing that.
That wants to start an all-white community out in North Dakota. I told him that you're not going to be able to make North Dakota the capital of white supremacy. I say we already have one of those. It's called Washington, D.C.
All the black leaders, all of the black people who were prominent in America, they were monitored just in case they stepped out of line. Even now, you have a lot of black entertainers who are monitored, and they have to be on their P's and Q's, and they have to walk on a short tightrope. And with rappers, for example, you have a whole hip-hop cop task force specifically assigned to rappers around the country.
I've been in my Rolls Royce a couple years back. We're leaving the club, and right alongside of us was the boys. And my man was like, that's the hip-hop cops. And I got a feeling like a chill went through me. Like, how long they been following us? You know? So I was in Miami another time. Somebody that knew somebody gave me a list that I was on with a few other guys on this list. Of course they're watching. Of course they're watching what's going on, especially me.
And let me say this, with Nas is definitely telling the truth, because it's unfortunate that they're not necessarily watching them to see if they're doing anything illegal. they watch them when they have a big crowd behind them. Like Nas has millions of fans. And if Nas was to ever, turn into like Prince did as right before he died, or like what Bob Marley did, when Bob Marley started speaking about the unfairness of the war in Zimbabwe, and he had masses of people behind him. Um, if they ever start speaking some type of truth to the masses, yeah, they watch them, so that they could. Unfortunately, it's sad. We see what happened to them.
This whole stand your ground movement is nothing but a white vigilante Southern movement, where now you don't have to prove that the black person was going to hurt you before you kill him. You just have to prove that you felt threatened. You don't need to have no evidence that your life was in jeopardy. So here's the question. If all you have to prove is that you were threatened, and America has a propagation character extermination war against black men, where they are deliberately exterminating our popular image in the news, the radio, the television, the newspaper, is there a white person in America who could not invoke the stand your ground law?
A lot of African American people think that if we just stop sagging, if we present ourselves a certain way, if we dress better, racism, white supremacy will let up on us a little bit more. And it's true that we should always present ourselves a certain way. We should always put our best foot forward, but just dressing our way against racism, that ain't it, because people use the dress code as an excuse to utilize racial policies. In clubs and places now, they'll find out what black people are wearing and say, okay, we're not going to let you in, not because you're black, but because you have on Rocawear, but because you have on Sean John. That's the new excuse. And we think if we just dress better, that's going to keep racism off our backs. And we have to understand, when they were lynching black people, a lot of times when you look at those photos, many black people were wearing suits while they were swinging in trees. So you can't dress your way up out of white supremacy.
Tall, dark, and handsome. If that's in the mind of, let's say, a white male person, you see, is that a part of the fear? That he will be preferred over me?
Tall, dark, and handsome. When they say that, they're not talking about a Negro. They never call Sidney Poitier tall, dark, and handsome. They never call Harry Belafonte. That's for white boys who they know is passing for white. Clark Gable was a Negro. Rudolph Valentino was a Negro. Tall, dark, and handsome, okay?
I remember in New York, they were attempting to get a prison that was going to be on a boat. It was going to be on a barge. This wasn't long ago. And, people said, no, you can't do that. But putting them on the barge was the idea of just keeping them out in the waters.
There's always been this psychological effect of being incarcerated by water. Even on slave ships, there was a psychological effect being on a slave ship, incarcerated in chains, and on water, being surrounded by water, because the water itself becomes a prison. So when you're incarcerated around water, there's this sense of hopelessness. This is why a lot of prominent prisons are built near water. You had like Alcatraz, you have places like Pelican Bay in California, which is near water. You have Rikers Island in New York that's near water. So there's always been this psychological effect of enslaving or locking up or imprisoning African people around water.
Y'all hit the like button. Y'all know we have to stop it every so often. Like, share, and subscribe. Let's see. Okay, y'all, we need 15 more likes, you guys, to make 100. We need 15 more likes. Okay.
You see so much aggressive racism against African people is because historically, the White House has always set the national precedent on how black people are going to be treated. They've always done that. It wasn't until the White House intervened in the civil rights struggle that law and order was restored. It was the federal government that put forth to the states the Civil Rights Bill. It was the federal government that put forth to the states the Voting Rights Act. Once white people saw that President Obama had no interest whatsoever in protecting the dignity of black people, a green light occurred that allowed racism to come back in its most violent and aggressive form.
I asked a friend of mine this. I said,
Okay, now I know a lot of people may not agree with that, but I hate to say it, but I mean, I do. I do.
he's white. I have white friends. I said, you feel comfortable calling me a nigga? Well, not me, because he know how I am. But are you comfortable with calling black people nigga? He said, yes. I said, would you have been comfortable 10 years ago? He said, no. I said, why? He said, one, I had a great respect for the struggle that black people went through. And two, I was afraid. I said, so if you're comfortable now, what does that mean? He said, damn, Banner, that means I either don't respect black folks or I'm not scared of them no more.
And what we suffering from now, the roots was in the 70s, the decade right after the freedom struggle. That's no coincidence. They want to get to a point where more black people die every year than are born every year. Once you get to that, zero population growth, some people say negative population growth. When more black people die in America every year than are born, you can then numerically predict through mathematics the day and the year and the month where you will one day have no more blacks.
You know, a lot of people, in order to get rid of their own guilt, they will try to minimize the significance of slavery and Jim Crow. They'll say things like, well, I wasn't there. That was a long time ago. You weren't there. Why are you upset about it? Other people.
And you know what I've always like on some pictures where I've seen where they have hung people, black men, just like this black man right here. What I've noticed on some of those real pictures is that the black man's pants and his drawers were down, and I've wondered about that. You know, why was his pants and his underwear down as he was hanging up on that tree, which means somebody had to but you know, why did they do that to him before he was hung? What but you know, if you can hang a person, I just wonder what other traumatic things were they put through, because you see this man, his pants and his underwear are down. So that's something. What kind of humiliation did they put him through? Because this right here is the ultimate. Okay.
Were enslaved too. Other people were treated badly. So why are you whining about it? So there are all types of excuses and things people say now to minimize the significance of African-American slavery and Jim Crow.
The one thing that makes me mad is when people say it's not that bad. It's like me kicking you in your teeth, and I'm the one saying it's not that bad. You got kicked in the mouth.
It doesn't matter whether you were around during slavery. It doesn't matter if your ancestors owned them or not. What matters is this: you benefit today from the enslavement of African people. And everyone who looks like you benefits in some way, shape, or form from the accrual of resources, of wealth, and of financial status that was reaped on the backs of my ancestors.
A common narrative now is that Black people shouldn't be upset because Africans enslaved other Africans, and there are a lot of holes in that theory. The thing is, there is no type of comparative slavery coming out of Africa. African people never had a slave-based economy. African people in Africa never had a shipbuilding economy based on slavery. They never had an insurance economy based on slavery.
Slavery had a different cut to it in Africa. European slavery is the slavery that is the unforgivable slavery. It's the most vicious.
When blacks sold other blacks into slavery, they thought it was the kind of slavery that they had, where you had to maybe work in the field, your family had to live over here on the side, you couldn't live here, your children had to go to school after my children. It was things like that. They had no idea it would be the kind of terror that was put upon us here in America, and they didn't come over here and go back and tell. And so they just were able to just keep shipping people through that system.
During the European slave trade in Africa, there were some Africans who complied with the Europeans, because basically when the Europeans went into Africa, they gave them an ultimatum. Look, we have these advanced weapons. Either you're going to be our slaves or you're going to help us make them our slaves. So you make a choice. So a lot of people were forced to comply with the Europeans.
3 things make American slavery different and black oppression different from everybody else's. Number 1, it was a process of dehumanization. No other slave in world history was dehumanized, prevented from identifying as a human being. Nobody else. We are the only people in world history who have ever been dehumanized. Number 2, your inability to learn was codified as a federal crime. Nowhere in history were slaves not allowed to learn, ever. You could be killed reading a book. You have never seen that in world history. And number 3, it's the only oppression where the whole world benefited. Everybody benefited from the enslavement of African people, and nobody did nothing about it. That makes your predicament different. So no matter how much we want to join ranks with the Latinos and the Asians and the Arabs, you have nothing in common with them. In fact, you need to be careful, because just like with the civil rights movement, they will use you again for your numerical strength and then abandon you at your time of need.
They're always trying to find a comparative form of slavery coming out of Africa, and the slavery there, the servitude there, was much different than European servitude. There's a book by an African gentleman. This was the first time an African who was captured in Africa and brought over to the New World, this was the first time he got to tell his story from his own perspective. A guy named Oludai Aquiano had a book that was a bestseller in the 1700s, and he talked about the difference of being enslaved in Africa and being in servitude in Africa and Europe. He talked about when he was in servitude in Africa, the people, the Africans who had him in servitude, they treated him like an extended family member. They treated him with a certain level of humanity and dignity. And he said once he got to the European slave ships, their slavery was something totally different. He'd never been beaten before. They were beating him. People were getting raped on the ship. So he specifically stated how barbaric the European slavery was as compared to the African servitude.
You know what's so sad to me? How we know that people are not supposed to own other human beings, right? Because even when we have children, they're ours, but we don't own them. You know what I mean? Like they're ours, but in a way of they grow up and then hey, they make their own decisions, right? We're able to raise them and guide them, you know, when they're children, right? We're responsible for them. Well, you know, I think it's sad when we're having debates about how bad slavery was or wasn't, when we know how degrading and just evil it was. And we're still having at one time we were having debates. Now they're trying to delete it altogether.
We have people today who deny that the history itself is even relevant to who we are as a nation of people and to what America represents in the world. There's no America without slavery. There is no economic dominance. There is no greatest American century without the capital produced by the work of Black people in this nation. Point of fact.
A lot of historians now will try to make it seem like slavery was just this stain on the fabric of America. But in reality, slavery was the fabric of America. Cotton was king. Slavery was the #1 game in town. Let's not get it twisted.
A special kind of slavery we enacted in America had never been enacted before. And that is to say that not only are you my slave, but your children will be my slave, and your children's 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 children will be my slave. In fact, you will never get out of slavery, regardless of how many generations of your, end quote, family is born in this place that was new and different.
Many of the African leaders over in Africa, when they found out what was really happening to enslaved African people, when they found out that they were being taken from Africa and not being brought back, when they found out how inhumane many of the Africans were being treated, many of the African leaders fought the Europeans back, and that's a story that they never like to talk about. One person in particular was a Queen, Madame Tinubu, who was a leader in the area we now know as Nigeria. When she found out what they were doing to the Africans, she fought vehemently against the British.
So you get this really interesting history, this really interesting narrative that the conservatives tell that basically says Rosa sat down, Martin stood up, he had a dream, and we all overcame. And so, therefore, since the signs of Jim Crow came down, obviously racism does not exist. Obviously, therefore, this is the land of equal opportunity. Obviously, therefore, when I'm looking at a 40% unemployment rate in the land of opportunity where racism does not exist, then this is because these folks are fundamentally structurally flawed.
I told a white woman this one time and she broke down crying. I said, "Are you benefiting off of what your great-grandparents did?" She said, "Yes." I said, "You know what they did to get that, right?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Are you ashamed of that?" She said, "Yes." I said, "But don't you still benefit off of it?" She said, "Yes." "Are you willing to give it back?" "No." So what does that make you? You know, the damage has been done.
Everyone who has, from the levels of what we talk Caucasian, Nordic, and so forth, no matter what ethnicity they may come from, they can always shave, they can always put on different clothes, and the skin can give them a pass. They can even change their names. But we are immediately identified. There's no way for us to hide who we are. So what have we had to do? We've had to adapt. We've had to even adopt.
Or the civil rights struggle. Latinos and Mexicans deliberately stayed out of the civil rights movement. They waited on the sidelines until the benefits of the bill was reaped, and then they came out, not claiming they were black, but were minority. In fact, one of the reasons the word minority was introduced into the political jargon was to effectively describe people of African descent who didn't want to be African. So minority was a catch-all that allowed people to still get the benefits of being a person of color, but not having to identify with African people.
That's like Hispanics. You see, many Hispanics have brown skin, but they were put on the census white. And if you ask them, why did they put down white? And they'll say, because white is where the power is.
You see, African American people are in a very unique position in this country. Other people are immigrants. This is why they're trying to teach in textbooks today. I just got a message the other day where they're trying to teach that African people brought to America during enslavement are being called involuntary immigrants. Because once you get that word immigrant in, then you lose the flavor of the fact that we are a nation within a nation that is sovereign.
The thing is, people try.
Y'all hit the like button for me. Let me see how many likes we got. Y'all know I have to stop it. Okay, y'all, we need 10 more likes. We need 10 more likes. At least 10 more. I'll say that, at least 10.
Try to say, well, other groups of people were mistreated like African Americans, but that's not true, because other groups of people, you couldn't mistreat them because they had a home country to protect them. You couldn't mistreat certain Asian groups of people because they had a home country that would protect them. As a matter of fact, there were some Italian immigrants who were lynched in the late 1800s. Italy almost went to war with the United States based on that, and the United States had to apologize to Italy because of the way they were treating the immigrants.
In the late 1890s, I think it was, in New Orleans, some Italian sailors they thought they did something, and these Italian sailors were lynched. The U.S. government apologized profusely to the Italian government for lynching these Italian citizens, and I believe paid compensation to the victims' families. Oh, we are so sorry. Now, you take that, so at a certain level, you know this mess is wrong.
I think as African people, we need to know the difference among an ally, a friend, and an enemy. Because many times we align ourselves with people. World War II, the United States aligned themselves with China and with Russia and fought Germany and Japan. After World War II, Germany and Japan became our friends and Russia and China became our enemies. But to get the job done, we aligned ourselves with people who became our enemy after the job was done, and those who we fought who are our enemies became our friends after the job was done. African folk don't know that your ally can become your worst enemy after the deed is done. Allies are not friends. We need to know the difference.
Black business people were forced out of their businesses, had their businesses taken from them, not allowed to even have a business to begin with. That fight is extremely hard. That fight is so hard, it's exhausting.
In terms of racial violence, both in the South and the North, the most common instances of racial violence before we get to really the mid-20th century, where we see a lot more police activity as the site for urban rebellions and clashes, racial clashes on the streets, was enterprising, economically successful Black folks on the move. Those were the ones who were most likely to face the threat of racial violence or be victims of it, because it was exactly their success that posed the ultimate threat to white supremacy.
When that white skin, you have the complexion for the protection, for the collection.
One of the things with lynching is that when Black folks don't know their place, it means Black folks are prosperous. Black folks aren't supposed to be prosperous. If you're prosperous, I mean, this is what, Ida B. Wells, when they lynched her friend who ran that successful grocery store in Memphis. How can you be a successful businessman? How can you be more successful than me?
And by the way, at the time of his death, Marcus Garvey was planning a black bank because he knew if we were going to have an economic insurrection, we're going to have to be able to give Black people the wealth they need to start their businesses.
During Reconstruction, they had something called the Freedmen's Bank, and a lot of African-American people would put their earnings and their savings in this bank. And what happened is that the Freedmen's Bank just took everybody's money. In many cases, they took a lot of African-American people's money, and a lot of people were homeless and destitute. So a lot of African-American people got into the habit of just spending their money very quickly when they got it, in order to buy something tangible, something that couldn't be taken away from them.
Wow. Isn't that something?
Like their money. So unfortunately, we have the habit of buying stuff that has no appreciating value just so our cash money won't be taken away.
Well, that's the only place we show our distrust of white people. We don't trust them with our money, not cash money. Now, we trust them to buy things and that it'll work or operate or function, whatever we buy from them for material things. But we still don't trust them with our money. And that's been historical. That money was under the bed, under the mattress, in the wall, out in the shed. But we don't trust them with our money because we know that they have stolen from us. But we don't understand that money is not the only thing they steal.
Just because you're a rich athlete, you didn't forget the treatment. You didn't forget the oppression. So you're going to live now. You're going to do it up now. Your woman wants diamonds, Birkin bags, Bentleys, she'll have it. You want Murcielago, $14 million house, fly private, eat at the best restaurants, wear the best clothes, you're gonna have it. It feels like it's fleeting, the money. It feels like someone's gonna come and steal your life in the night because they don't want you to have it because you're black.
There was a brother down in Miami named Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Now, Yahweh Ben Yahweh had a religious organization, and he did a lot of stuff in the community down in Miami. And quietly, this brother earned and amassed almost $1 billion worth of assets. He had hotels, he had restaurants, he had all types of businesses, apartment complexes. And the government trumped up some charges on this brother, and they put him in prison, and they took away a lot of his assets. And he was in a position where he was vulnerable, and that's the problem. A lot of us, when we figure out a way to get our own money or stack up our own money without the help of the dominant society, and we're by ourselves, we become very vulnerable. So it's very important that we have a protection mechanism in order.
I don't blame nobody for doing what they're doing. They are business people. And if we're willing to spend our money with them, they have every right to sell their products to us. It's us that got to make the decision that we're going to look to black beauty supply stores, that we're going to start to go to our own restaurants. Nobody's forcing us to go there. We're doing this freely.
Everybody going in that store. Every nationality of people going in that store. Well, when a black person open a business, it's not going to be like that. And we got to try to convince the black people to go in there. That's some kind of self-hatred. Remember, the white people's ice is colder.
Integration in America basically means that black people get to spend their money with the dominant society, because we have to be very honest, black people don't live around non-black people in large numbers. Black people don't go to school with a lot of people in the dominant society. So black people are only allowed to spend their money with those in the dominant society, and a lot of black people feel equal when they do that.
And here's the thing. That's why I can't understand, because most black people open up businesses in the black community. So why is it because there have been people in Memphis, black people in Memphis, that have tried to open up like beauty supply stores. I remember this black guy opened up a beauty supply store on Brooks, and it didn't last a year. Okay. Maybe it was because I don't know. But why is it that, every business can thrive in the black community except for black businesses?
All of these entertainers, they talk about all the power that they have. And, they doing commercials for smartphones and water and all of these different things. If you want to see true power, then you create something and you make that hot. You support somebody black and make that hot.
Even in shopping, white people tend to brag about how cheaply they purchased something, what a deal they got. We brag about how much it costs because we want to demonstrate. And one of the tricks that white people used to do on us in a lot of department stores was to pull out something and say, oh, no, you can't afford that one. I won't show you that one. We immediately going to buy that because we are just not going to be classified as a person who can't afford something that they sell.
Oprah Winfrey has all the money in the world, but she still became marginalized. Recently, she was somewhere in Europe, and she tried to buy a purse, and they wouldn't allow her to buy a purse because I don't think they recognized who she was. But a lot of times when we are, again, isolated, we're still vulnerable because our money does not trump racism, white supremacy.
Oprah didn't try to buy no purse. Oprah tried to steal that woman's purse. That was the problem. They kept that on the down low.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe that Oprah. Well, I don't know though. He said she tried to steal the purse, but that lady is telling the truth. I can't get her name, but I'm gonna get that lady's name and see if I could get her to. I would like to interview her. I would. A lot of people don't interview her because you don't see them interviewing her because they say she's not a Christian and she speaks against Christianity. Of course, I am a Christian. You have to respect people for their views, and they feel like in order to interview her, you will be promoting that. Her name is Shah Draza Ali. Okay. But I want to say, but that is true, because I'm gonna tell you something that happened. Now, my grandmother rest her soul. She was born in the 40s. I'll never forget, we went into Macy's. Like, my grandmother used to love to buy real expensive perfume. This is the God's truth. And I must have been in the junior high school. And we went into Macy's. It was around Christmas time, and we was at the counter. We was waiting at the counter, and I promise you, y'all, they was waiting on everybody except for us. We stood there, and they was waiting on everybody. They was, can I help you? They was looking like all around us. They was looking all around us. And I finally, my grandma was like, "This ain't right. They waiting on all the white people. They're not waiting on us." And finally, a white lady, and she said it just as snooty, "You all looking for something?" My grandmother said, "Yeah, we've been standing here for the longest, waiting to be waited on. We wanna." She said, "I want to buy some perfume." Okay, and I think because my grandmother grew up in Mississippi at that time, my grandmother and them were doing very, very well, financially. She did the exact same thing. I think my grandmother spent all that money on that perfume on different because she was only there to buy one, and she ended up buying several. She spent a lot of money that day at that perfume counter, and I think she wanted, because when she walked away, she said, "Now see, look at them. They looking like a fool. They missed out on their commission. Well, looking over us." And I think she wanted to prove to the white people that was working at the Macy's at that time, "See, I'm a black woman. I was worthy." You know what I mean? So yeah, that has happened, especially coming from the 40s. Because I remember my grandmother used to say, living down in Mississippi, she said, growing up around her time, we didn't have no issues. We already knew, because their mother had my great grandmother had already told them. She said, "We already knew to say yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am to white people, and never look them in the eye." And so we never had any issues. So, hey, that's something. But they knew how to survive, right?
But her fat butt running down the street with a purse.
Because they know even if they kill our children, we're going to buy Louis Vuitton and Gucci anyway. We don't farm no more for the most part.
Nothing.
So they control the food.
We just looking
They're
at the
doing this under a
documentary.
black president, shutting down public schools like there's no tomorrow. Chicago, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, everywhere you go, getting rid of public schools. And why? Because black people are no longer needed in order for the American economic order to function. We were brought here to serve as a catalyst in an industrial revolution, an economic cartel. Well, the immigration bill that's being championed now is all about doing what? Replacing blacks in the labor force. That's all it's about. The immigration bill does not include most African countries. The immigration bill does not deal with Haiti and other jet black Caribbean islands. The immigration bill is about Latinos and Mexicans and helping them to replace Africans in the workforce, to totally remove America's dependency on the black laborer, something the government has been working on since 1865 in the 13th Amendment.
Get a good education and get a good job. That's what my parents actually said to me. Why? Because when they were coming up in the early 1900s, they couldn't get a good education and get a good job in America. So that's what they wanted for their children. But that's not what I've taught my two sons. I've taught my two sons to get a good education and to create a job.
We think that if we shop too much with you, then you have more than me. That's back to that greed and selfish and envy and jealousy that we have for each other, that we were taught to have for each other. Okay? And so we'll turn traitor real quick.
In many cases, if you're an African-American person and you're isolated and you still make a lot of money, because you're isolated, you're still going to be vulnerable. So a lot of times when you move and shake around people in the dominant society and you're vulnerable and you're isolated, they'll still try to play you a certain way. They'll still try to put you in a certain bag. They'll still try to marginalize you, even though you are at the same level as them financially.
I got onto a yacht one time, and Tommy Hilfiger was there. We was out in Cannes, and Tommy I met before, a cool guy, was like, "Hey man, what's up, Nas? You gonna rap for us?" And I was like, man, nigga,
It goes against the nature of European democracy.
Still got that mindset.
For African people to be
entertain
successful.
Me.
And when there is success, there will be repercussions to those who may not be able to defend themselves as the ones who are having success. And it's important that we as a people understand this and protect our people from this concept.
Europeans do not share power with African people. That's rule number one of white supremacy. That's why you do not see multinational corporations that are co-owned equally by Europeans and Africans. It don't happen.
Michael Jackson was one of the few African-American people who slipped through the cracks. Michael Jackson manipulated the game, and he got into a position where he did a deal with the Japanese and ended up owning half of the publishing of most of the music artists in the country, or in the world for that matter. And because the dominant society does not like to share power with African people, he became a target because...
That's exactly what happened. And it's so sad they often use the cuckabug heads because of their jealousy. Because, see, they can't take you down if the masses of the people, especially if the Black community who spends more money than anybody, stand behind you. Okay, you think you're going to take her down? You think you're going to take down Michael Jackson? You think you're going to take down this person? Okay, we're not going to go in your stores and buy anything anymore. We're not going to go look at you. We're not going to go to the movies and watch your movies. We're not going to, we'll just entertain ourselves. We'll just look at basic TV. We're not going to look at your cable. Okay? But, they get cuckabug heads and they do it for a pinto bean. Okay? They do it for a pinto bean, and you better not put no cornbread on the side. Okay?
He was in a position by himself, and he became vulnerable. And we see what happened to him.
Black people had access to wealth. Let's go to capitalism. Because in order for capitalism to work, you got to have what? A large pool of unemployed people. If you ain't got broke people, you don't get rich. That's how capitalism works. It exploits the poor. If half the Black people in America had access to the loans to put their business into play, would there be enough of us to work? You see that problem? You can't have too many people having their own business, because now McDonald's and Macy's and everybody else and Ford ain't got people to slave for them. And that's one of the reasons they mass incarcerating Black men. We need workers, and we can't get them on the street no more. So we're gonna lock y'all up and force y'all to work.
America makes money with Black people acting the way that they act. When Black on Black crime rises in these cities, what's the first thing that happens? Police get new guns, new cars, grants, all kind of things. It's money behind Black people being this way.
And that's when they wiped them out. Remember, the Black Panthers didn't get wiped out till that new group come through talking about killing cops. We talking about breakfast program.
Okay, let me say this. That's so true. And I've been preaching this forever, that crime pays. And it is so disappointing when you see Black politicians, it's majority Black politicians in Memphis, sitting up talking about, we don't need the National Guard. Send the grant money, because the higher the crime is, the more they send grant money into the communities, to your local politicians, and they're supposed to distribute it amongst the high crime areas, which is usually the hoods. And so what end up happening is you'll hear a politician say, oh, well, we got the grant money and we're going to give it to this organization. And with the services that they offer, they're going to offer these services to the community. Well, have you looked to see who it is that run these organizations? Have you checked the background? Because oftentimes it's some of their family members that have different last names, or their friends, where they're getting a kickback up under the damn table. And so it kills me when you see all of this crime. As long as it was Black on Black crime and crime was out of this world in Memphis, you ain't heard no Black politicians say nothing. They was happy to put it all at the feet of the mayor. Okay, they would say nothing. But then they go and try to put a restraining order on the governor and say, well, Trump, whether you like him or not, I can appreciate him saying, I ain't sending no more grant money. What we're going to do is the grant money that we would send because of the crime into the Black communities for these black politicians to grease their palm with, we're just gonna take the grant money and pay the National Guard. And it ain't because of they use the black people to get behind them, because they understand black people ain't gonna go and look into nothing. So you got black politicians who want their pockets filled because they don't give a damn about the black community, even though they grew up in the black community. They fussing because those grants are not coming in that they was putting in their pockets up under the table, not because they mad about the National Guard pulling over these black boys that need to be pulled over because they were stealing cars. Okay? So the crime rates start to go down. They kicking and screaming. Okay? When they was out there like that, they were kicking and screaming.
It was over. Our vote is critically important. Make no mistake about that. But if you were to ask any astute politician, regardless of color, but particularly of color, what's more important, your vote or a check? They would tell you in a New York Minute, a check would be more important than your vote. In fact, if I can get a check from you, I ultimately can get your vote. Ask Barack Hussein Obama, had he not put together a machine, a platform to raise $1 billion, because that's what it took to become president of the United States, we would not be calling him the president of the United States. It takes money. So while we will give the average Democratic politician our vote, we don't write checks. And that's where the real power is.
People come to America, the Asians, the Arabs, the East Indians, and they say, you people are lazy. You've been here for 500 years. I only been here 10. I got a supermarket, I got a strip mall, I got an import-export business. But how did you get it? You have access to capital. You needed money to build that. You needed money to hire the builders. You needed money to buy that shit. Where did you get it? You either came with it or you got it from an American bank. We are kept from accumulating wealth, and we are kept from accessing capital because the banks of America are not going to finance a black economic revolution.
Do you know what happens when you come over here as an immigrant? The government got to pay for you. When you come over here as a refugee, why do you think the Ethiopians have these shops? We brought them in as refugees because we're trying to prove to the communist world. Okay? And that's why. Why do you think the Indians, 7-Eleven and all that? The Koreans, by the time everything you picked up, they made in Korea. But nothing we made did a Korean want, so the government made a deal with it. So we can get some of our money back. So we'll bring you in and loan you money to open up businesses, because you had to pay us the loan back.
I'm going to tell you as a black person, you must support black businesses. You ain't crazy. So all things being equal, this is what I would like for black people to understand. Jews do not support Jewish businesses just because they're Jews. That's not true. All things being equal, you as a Jew have the same quality, value, and service as all of your competition. The tiebreaker is, I'm a Jew, you're a Jew, you get the business. That's the tiebreaker. But all other things must be equal. So I could tell you as a black man, you must support more black businesses, but you ain't crazy. And you're not going to spend your hard-earned money if you can't get the same quality, value, and service for your hard-earned dollar anyplace else, right? So we have to ramp up our game. We have to compete.
I never saw a soul food restaurant in Chinatown. And I don't think it's because they don't like soul food. It's just they're not going to patronize someone that is not their own. I don't blame them. Good for you. I appreciate you. I just wish more of us thought like that.
Most people don't know how to accept us, even though we made it out, even though we making art. And they don't know how to accept us in their circles now. So when they say you're going to rap for us, they don't even know if that's disrespectful sometimes.
Steve Jobs, When he died, he had $300 billion in his personal checking account. Did you hear me? And he couldn't make 58. I got an old trifling uncle in Chicago, stay drunk, can't read, can't write, cuss out everybody, and just keep laughing. He 101. Maybe Steve Jobs should have followed him.
Most of those stores never worry about scholarships for their children. We are the source of their children's scholarships to school. While we are buying their products and threatening our children, telling them we ain't got the money, their children are going to school on the money that we are giving them.
The Montgomery bus boycott, led by Dr. King, is probably one of the...
Y'all hit the like button for me. Make sure you, let me see how many likes we got now. Y'all know we have to stop the video every so often. Make sure you guys please like, share, and subscribe. Okay, thank you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. Make sure y'all keep hitting the like button as you come into the room, okay?
The best examples of how you can use black economic power to bring white supremacy to its knees. When those black people chose not to ride that bus for 381 days, first of all, you got to have unity. Because today it would be difficult to get half of black Philadelphia or Los Angeles or Chicago or New York to not get on public transportation. So they had the unity. But for 381 days, nobody black rode the bus. And when you read the stories, it was so compelling because many of them would walk their shoes right off. They said some of the grandmas was walking on bare skin, but they would not betray the struggle. They would carpool, and then they made it a crime to carpool, and they started locking them up with the carpools, and they still didn't ride the bus. But then something started to happen. The bus company wasn't making enough money, so they had to lay off drivers. So now the white people are losing jobs because the black people ain't riding the bus. Hold on now. Most of these black people work downtown in the factories and in the business district. We need them to work, but they can't get to work or get there on time. So now you're destabilizing the economy of Montgomery. You messing with taxes, you messing with salaries, you messing with businesses, you messing with mercantile affair. So by them not riding, they cripple the employees, the employers, the city, the tax base, and big business.
If you really want to impact white people, mess with their money. Mess with their money. Take food out of their mouth. Put them out of business. It's the only thing that will get their attention.
What we need to do is start to march away from the stores we're spending our money in. Now that's a march.
I've been saying that for the longest when people were sitting up talking about we're marching and they were looting and kicking over cans and shit like that. Are you gonna march with us? Hell no. I mean, because after you get through, all you're gonna have is blisters up under your damn feet. What you proving by hanging off the bridge, other than you gonna fall over in the Mississippi River? And when you get through slobbing and looting and all of that, you want a reason to steal anyways. You ain't changed no laws. You ain't pulled back your dollars. You while you marching, you stopping by the very people's store that's oppressing you to buy a soda. No, we ain't organized enough because everybody want to be in charge. I ain't been a part of nothing where ain't nobody being proactive and it ain't no results. And they don't want certain folks who can be organized, who can lead. They get jealous. Don't nobody want to really take the lead they can because some of our people are subject to get jealous and kill them. They helping us, they leading us, but they getting all the attention. So we got to do something as it relates to our mindset first.
That I will participate in.
Why would I want to uplift my slaves? They're my slaves. Because I'm going to keep them beneath me. I'm going to keep them third, fourth to me.
So put together a class for all of us to attend, and we should even teach the kids in the streets this. The kids in the streets need to open bank accounts, need to understand taxes, need to understand stocks, need to understand technology, where that's going, being a venture capitalist. There was a time where I would never want to use the word capitalist because most capitalists are evil bastards. You know what I'm saying? Now I can look at myself and I'm going to play the game. I was born into a capitalist world. Guess what? I'm going to get in. I'm going to be a rapitalist, like a capitalist, whatever you want to call it. I'm coming in.
A lot of times people will try to make black businesses synonymous with minority businesses, and minority can mean anything.
Because of that minority word, we have to go back to being unapologetically African. We are afraid not to blend in. We want to blend in. So we fight as people of color. We want to blend in. We fight as minorities. Nothing wrong with lending moral support to other people's problems. But your experience in America is unlike everybody else's. Every other person of color in this country came here because they wanted to be here. Everybody. You Asian, Arab, Latino, East Indian, Irish, Italian. Yes, you were hung. Yes, you were beat. Yes, you were mistreated. But it couldn't have been that bad because you could have left and you did not.
Our Jewish brothers and sisters write checks. Our Asian brothers and sisters write checks. Our Arab brothers and sisters write checks. We have to write checks. And that's how you effectively utilize the political system. Write a damn check and see who will answer your call and your email. Or run up to them and say, you know, I voted for you. So did 900,000 other people. Oh, I wrote a check for $1,000. Now you have my attention. Money is the real power. And other groups, other cultural groups, absolutely understand that.
Other groups of people.
Y'all know I have to stop it. No, I didn't get it, Kim. I'm gonna have to look at it. I'm gonna look at it. I've always said this. In order for us to start getting politicians that are for us, we're gonna have to support them. We spend money on stuff that, hey, if everybody in the community could give $1 to support a politician, we have to vet our own politicians, regardless of what their race is. Because it ain't about race. It's about who's going to benefit our community. Because we see now people that look like you don't mean a damn thing, and they come out of the community and they'll sell you out for a dime. Okay? And so in order for we're going to have to start vetting and putting money behind people that is going to help to bring our people out of bondage. I say all the time, you know, when you see somebody trying to start a business, it's not good enough. First of all, you can't think that you can get the hookup, okay? Because people have to have whatever their prices are. They have overheads and all that. They can't hook you up because you ain't going in Walmart or nowhere else asking for the hookup. But it ain't just enough to sit up and say, you know, give them encouragement and all of that. In order for a business to thrive, people need your resources. They need for you to support them. Okay? And that's the only way we're going to generate wealth in our community. But the mindset right now of other Black people is they don't want to see other Black people generate wealth. As soon as they start doing it, they'll take $50,000 from the oppressor to go and take them out. That's why it has to be some repercussions in place when Black leaders are taken down. You got to know it's going to be consequences more than just jail. If you sit up and take down somebody we have put out there to represent us or that is helping our community. Okay? Anyways, I digress.
They have their needs met by politicians because they pool their money together and they go to politicians with an agenda. And that's one thing that African-American people will not do. We have to pool our money together with an agenda and take it to politicians. Ava Longoria. got together with a lot of Hispanic business people, and they created a fund. They brought like $30 million to President Barack Obama to his campaign, and this is why the president will talk about Hispanic needs. In the gay community, Hollywood had a fundraiser. They brought millions of dollars to Barack Obama's campaign. This is why the president will talk about gay needs and gay agendas. African-American people, we can't get our agendas talked about because the thing is, we won't put no money together as a group and bring that agenda to these politicians. And that's the number one thing we need to do. Whenever there's a politician running or trying to get elected, we should form a group, pool our money together, and come to them with a specific agenda for African-American people, not minorities.
All of our religious leaders need to get together. Our economic leaders need to get together. And labor, we need to start to hire ourselves.
All of these nail techs and manicure things, right? And I see Black women flocking to them, and I don't see Black women owning those shops. I don't see Black women working in those shops. And so we have to ask ourselves, okay, if this is something you're willing to spend on, think about what that means in terms of job creation in your own neighborhoods when you're providing this service.
We don't have a food corridor. So we need to figure out how can we import food. Even in the African stores here, they have food that comes in out of Saudi Arabia, Israel, and a lot of places, okay? But not the Negro in America, not the Black people here. We don't have a food corridor. We don't have any way to get, they even bring in water, they bring in everything. We don't have anything. We're totally dependent on this country. If all the stores close down, we don't have anywhere to go, and we don't have a contact with nobody outside of the country to ship us no food. We don't have a food corridor. That's something that we need to start looking into.
Yeah, there's a new sneaker store that I'm opening up in Vegas called 12 a.m. Run. You know, I'm a sneaker head from back in the 80s, you know, and it's something I talked about doing with other rappers even, like, you know, we sit down talking. A lot of people will talk about, let's do a song. I'm like, we've done thousands of songs, man. And like, let's do a restaurant. Let's do a sneaker store.
If you want to deal with white supremacy, you got to hit them in the pocket. I preach that. Stop going the moral route. You're not going to convince them that racism is bad. They know that. They're not stupid. You have to deal with people where the interests are. And if they're interested in money, you hit them in a pocket and you get what you want.
5% of the people who became millionaires were salespeople. People who sold something. Because in America, two things are going on 24/7. Somebody's buying and somebody's selling. Right now, Black people are doing all the buying. I tell them all the time, stop doing all the buying and sell something. I don't care if you bake cookies, put them in a box, put a label on it and sell it to somebody. If you live on a farm, take the manure, put it in a bag, put your name on it and sell it to somebody. You can become an entree manure, okay? But sell something. Stop doing all the damn buying. That's all we do. Sell something. So if you want to beat racism, sell something and build a business.
Black people should at least create a parallel economy where they spend.
And that is so true. We need to sell something. I want to say, I need y'all to start looking at my Real Talk with Tamara Facebook page and my Real Talk with Tamara. I had a TikTok. I forgot how to get back into it. Okay. And my Real Talk with Tamara is Real Talk WIT Tamara on Instagram. I'm gonna be selling some stuff real soon. Like I'm getting ready to start selling like some of like the shoes and stuff. I don't wear it no more. Like I really never wore anyways that I was, I'm start selling those. I'm getting ready. I got a whole lot of polo belts and bags that I'm getting ready to sell. And I thought about giving them away and I was like, I can make money off of that. And that's so true. So y'all be on the lookout because I'm getting ready to sell some clothes, some men polo belts and bags and stuff like that.
Their money with the dominant society, but they also spend their money with their own people. They also build infrastructure in the Black community, build businesses where they interact and do commerce with other Black people. So we should create a parallel economy. So it's like a backup economy so that we could employ other Black people and we can just have our own money circulating where we're not totally dependent on the dominant society.
There's those of us who are business people and those of us who are business people. The job of the company that I started phrasing that is to put the business people out of business, because you're messing it up for those of us that are trying to do serious business. Now, we know the brother or sister that is the business person that give you a jacked up business card. They do hair, they do computer software, and they, of course, do detailing your cars. I'm not sure what they do. They got 2 phone numbers crossed out, and they don't have a website.
Because a lot of African American people are comfortable, it's best for us to just get an economic base in the African American community, since our whole thing is spending money with the dominant society because we're very comfortable. We want to live like the Joneses. Let's just spend our money and create an economic base among each other. But the thing is, if a group of people are dissatisfied, 100%, you'll make a 100% change, and you won't even need money because your spirit will move you and motivate you to make a change.
In the history of liberation, there was no money involved. Something in here. Go back and look. Look at the black folks in the movement. Huh? That broke them doors down. No money. What's in here?
War. That's the protective aspect of it. We need to reach out to those forces that can protect us against those who would wish us harm.
This was a black man who was in prison in Atlanta. And this young black man, he was in his 20s, said that he was tired of being harassed on the street, being stopped and frisked. And he just made up his mind, I'm going to do something so that there will be a legitimate reason to stop me. And so just acting on his own, and I'm just going by his report. He got a gun and went up behind 3 white men in the business district and killed 2 and blinded a 3rd. I think those were the facts. So I was a psychiatrist talking to him. This was a court case. At a deposition, I was talking about what this young man had said about why he did what he did. And so one of the white attorneys said, are there any other black men who think this way? And I said, I don't know, but as long as you have a system of racism, it could be. And so then his response was, why didn't he just rape a white woman? And I was stunned. And I said to him, do you realize what you have just said? I mean, it's almost like I will offer up the woman. You can have the woman, but leave me alone.
Because America is running out of foreign targets. They got rid of Saddam, who they made. They got rid of bin Laden, who they made. They got rid of Gaddafi, who they also helped to make. And now look, we don't have no more Arab targets. So what are we going to do? It's time to come back home and focus on our original terrorists, the Negro Revolution.
The legal system. We need to get all our great lawyers, Attorney Alton Maddox, all of those that came out of the Johnny Cochran School, all of the lawyers across the country that are struggling for the rights in the legal system. We need to get them all together.
Banks and savings and loans. That's the one thing we need to do right now. We can do it and we should. The second thing, independent African schools. All of this needs to be put in the curriculum and taught. Financial science, they have to be taught. Military science, they have to be taught. Agricultural science, they have to be taught. Diet and nutrition, they have to be taught.
The wealthiest black people on the planet. Make no mistake about that. I've traveled every place that black people have been dispersed. I've been to South Africa, East Africa, Central Africa, West Africa, North Africa, all over South America, and all over the Caribbean. And there are no black people in the entire world doing better than we are. In fact, we are the beacon of hope for every single person of African descent in the entire world. And we know that to whom much is given, much is required.
I was just in London. They catching the same hell. I was just in Canada. They catching the same hell. St. Croix, Bermuda, everywhere I go, it is the same. So why are we not locking hands? Because white supremacy is global. What is the Trilateral Commission? America, Great Britain, Japan. They are global. United Nations, that is global. Council on Foreign Relations. That is global. Black people are not global. You're fighting a global enemy in a global enterprise, but you're not globally organized.
People who classify themselves as white, if they're being righteous and courageous, they themselves will attempt to, well, let's really look at it. Let's stop pretending, you see, or talking about dialoguing together, or let's have dinner together, or let's get to know each other. No, we know each other, but let's talk specifically about the problem that we are dealing with. Let's put it on top of the table and try to be courageous, because I think people who classify themselves as white don't want to talk about it. And I would even say the majority of Black people are fearful of talking about racism because they don't want to upset white people, because that can have its repercussions.
We need to get rid of them sellouts. We need to get rid of those individuals who are looking out for themselves, who are the political arm of white supremacy. We need to vote smart. We need to put the people in and make them accountable to us for what is happening to us as a community. And if they're not willing to be accountable, then you don't have a job come election day. And we have to begin to show them that we mean this.
Why don't we train the leaders to take over after us? Because we don't want to admit that one day we have to get off the soapbox. One day I won't be in front of the TV. One day Umar can't do the interviews. One day I'm not going to be a good speaker. One day I got to pass this over. But my ego wants it forever. I want to die with my boots on. And that's the problem with most Black organizations. We elect them people for president of revolutionary groups at 70 and 80 years old. You don't see white people doing that. You don't see Chinese people electing presidents at 80. The eldership is for the wisdom and the training and the nurturing, not for Black people. Our elders are out front. You mean to tell me you're the only person who can do that? You can't find nobody else younger? We still need our elders. They're the mind. They're the wisdom. But you need the youth because they are the charisma. They are the organizers. They attract the energy. An elder can't do that. But because Black men are so castrated in American society, we're not given an opportunity to manifest our manhood the way everyone else did. A white man could brag about his stock. Chinese man could brag about his businesses. The Italian could brag about everything he owns. What do we have to brag about? We ain't allowed to get stock. We ain't allowed to own businesses. We ain't allowed to get our doctorate degrees the way that we want. We ain't allowed that. So whenever we get an opportunity to be a man, to be a president, to be an organizational leader, to be a pastor, I'm never giving this up, because I've been waiting my whole life for this job and I like it. And I'm going to make up for all the years I wasn't allowed to be out front.
Introduce me to your 5 closest friends, and that will tell me who you are. As they know and as they go, you go. You know, don't spend major time with minor people. People going nowhere want you to go nowhere with them. People doing nothing want you to do nothing with them. If you want to change your life, change your relationship.
They say our boys don't want to go to school. Our boys don't want to learn. Black boys want to be educated as much as anyone else. The problem is the treatment they get on the way to getting their education turns them off. They need masculine energy. We need Black male teachers, and we need Black male principals, and we need Black male psychologists. And the world is telling us that Black men don't want to teach. That's a lie. They're not being recruited because public school is the domain of middle-class white women. And they do not want to see us in there because we will not allow them to treat our kids the way that they treat.
I am not speaking about all peoples of European descent or all peoples of African descent. I'm speaking of them as a group, because I cannot deal and pull out certain ones. It's like Dr. Edward Scobie, the great Caribbean scholar, who used to always say, don't tell me nothing about no good white people, because good white people act as shields for bad white people. And they will hide behind the shield of the good one to get into you. And then they'll do their devilment once they've arrived at you.
I tell people all the time, I hope you're spending as much time raising the friends of your children that you're spending raising your child. Why? Because the pressure on your child from their so-called friends will be far greater than any pressure you will ever be able to put on your child. So your friends are critically important. Why? Because it's God's way of apologizing for your relatives.
But I do think that we need to have more independent schools. We need more men to teach our children. We need to be able to turn our boys over to boys' summer camps in the summer with just men there, some brothers that come in there and deal with them.
New article just came out in the New York Times called The Stories That Bind Us. Love this article. They created something called the Do You Know scale. And the Do You Know scale has to do with looking at children who know their stories. Their family. I'm not talking about their family, but auntie and uncle and Pookie, all of us went through. They've shown now that the degree to which children know their stories, good or bad, doesn't matter if it's a story of struggle and tragedy, doesn't matter. But knowing their story will help mediate stress.
You can't take no break when you're up against white supremacy. They have never taken a break since the 1400s, and you taking a break. So the problem ain't that we fall short sometimes, is that we don't pick up and keep on going and prepare the next generation.
A lot of African American people try to be too inclusive, and there's nothing wrong with being inclusive, but you have to take care of your group first. Other groups of people, they look out for their group first instead of us looking.
And I want to say that it's looked at as racism when we do it, but it's not looked at as racism. Look at the Hispanics. They stick together. They take care of their group. They do business with each other. They help each other start businesses. They stick together, and every community stick together. But then they say we're trying to perpetuate racism now, as if Black people can be really racist with no power. But they try to make us feel guilty when we stick together, okay, or try to. But we ain't gonna stick together though, okay.
Looking out for our group. We try to look out for everybody else, and that doesn't work for us in the long run because we let other groups of people hijack things that are meant for us. Because the thing is, we talk about reparations as African American people, but if the government said, look, tomorrow we're going to give African American people reparations, you know what, we were wrong, we're going to make everything right, so tomorrow morning all African American people show up to get your reparations check. You know what's going to happen? First thing tomorrow morning, people who look like Justin Timberlake are going to show up wearing dashikis and kente cloths, talking about assalamu alaikum, I'm 1/16th African American. And Black people will let it happen. So the thing is, we have to take care of our own group first so that all of our benefits won't get hijacked.
They love to see us suffer with grace. Oh, it hurts so bad, master, but I was going to keep on working anyway. They love it when they see us doing bad, but we come through it and say, oh, I took it, take a licking and keep on ticking. They love that. He had a hard time, but he stayed with it. Why should we have to live like that?
You know, frogs adapt to the water. They adapt to whatever the temperature is. If it's cold, they adapt. If you take it and they warm up, they adapt. You put it on the stove, they will adapt until they're boiled, literally. And all you gotta do is tap the bowl, and the frog will jump out. Just tap the bowl. So what happens to us is we are boiling. Someone needs to tap the bowl. That's what I do. I tap the bowl, and that's all you need.
If you take a people and in this
Go
people,
on, Roscoe. Go
they
on.
want to rise and do great things, and you do everything you
Go
can
on, Roscoe. I'm not
to make
playing.
them rise and be great. They're great.
Rainbow, go on.
You take this other people
Go on, Roscoe.
that want to
Go
be
on.
great, and you do everything you can
Go
to
on.
stop them from being great. Yet in spite and despite of your attempts, they still become great. They're great. They're greater.
Now, let me just say this, and I know I said I was not going to mention this, okay? But we see it all the time, okay? Now, as a great example, it happened to me last year. A great example, I'll use Mr. Parker since he brought it up first as an example. Mr. Parker had been with a female white for about 15 years, okay? And from the surface, she seems extremely passive. From the surface, she seems extremely passive. You know, she says she does everything for him. She say he used her and all that. Okay, not a bad looking white woman, I guess. And you know, then Mr. Parker and I started talking. Okay. But Mr. Parker was not over the female white that he had been with. He was not over her. Okay. And so what ended up happening, hey, stop. Oh! Girl, wait a minute. Girl, you just spoke it into existence. And so, anyways, what Mr. Parker did was when things didn't work out between he and I, there were things he did like where we just could have went our separate ways or whatever. Okay. In the process of when even before we broke up, this lady had gotten my number. This lady had gotten my number. And she got my number because he had a phone. This is how stupid he was. He had a phone that was in her name because she said everything that he has is mine. Everything he got, I gave it to him. Okay. So when she would leave him, she said she would leave him to throw him off balance because she said if I leave, he has nowhere to live because I pay the bills. And so this is what ended up happening. Okay. This lady got my number and started calling me. I got a real inviting personality because I'm a nice person for real. And in the process of talking to me, I know she thought she was making a fool out of me because she's been able to run games on him. Okay. And all the people are, I guess, around him, right? Except for one of his daughters. And so what ended up happening was this lady started to confide in me out of the 15 years she'd been with this man, and she's still married because she spoke down about his daughters. This is what I couldn't understand. This was a white lady that was still married, was messing around with Parker and bringing Parker to her home while she was still married to the white guy, okay? Sleeping with him. They looking at the football game and stuff together. And she had the nerve to look down on his daughters because his daughters went and had kids out of wedlock. Now, because she was, I guess, had her hand out, treating him like a slave, okay, taking care of him. I remember him saying to me, you know, she was upset because she wanted better for my daughter. She treated his daughter a certain way because she looked down at his motherfucking daughter because it came out when she talked to me as if she forgot I was a damn black woman. Okay. She looked down on his daughter. And he set up with his cuckabug head ass and said she was upset with her because she wanted better for my daughter. But set up and told me his kids on welfare. They just like him. They're just like him. They stay in and out of jail on welfare, like to get white girls pregnant. Said all types of stuff. Right? As if I was not a black woman. Confided in me how she made him lose 2 jobs because being a white woman, he was trying to get a condo in his name. She went to the condo owner, and her and the white guy, okay, she called the white guy and he believed everything she said and wouldn't even rent the condo out to him and his son. And she laughed about it to me. Okay, because I guess I had to play docile and stupid like him. She felt like it was okay, as if I was a dumb nigger like him. It was okay to speak about what she had been doing because I was quiet and listened to her. I knew the right things to ask her, right? Now, don't get me wrong. She told the truth on the Negro. But I said all that to say this. He was trying to get a job back. And I told y'all he got this mental illness as it relates to Ralph Lauren. The lady said, "I'm saying he ain't getting no job," and then turned around and told me why Ralph Lauren was not going to hire him, and he calling all in New York, trying to see if the people will give him a job back. He wondering why he on the no hire list. He could never work there again. not knowing that this lady had gone behind his back that he had been with for 15 years. This lady did all this shit to him. Told me about how she called DCS to try to get one of his sons taken because of some stuff that she said that he did to the son. Okay. Behind his back when his son was a minor and kept the son at her house for a few days. All this shit this lady confessed to me. And this cuckabug head got on YouTube, okay, called different people and called himself gonna run my name and make me look bad. A black woman that really would have tried to build him up if he would have had his mind right. Because when he first told me he lost his job, in the back of my mind, I knew that white lady had called and made him lose that job. I knew she did it before she told me. And after she told me, he was sitting right at the end of my couch. And I asked him, I said, do you think, because I wasn't telling him that she was calling me every day. I said, do you think that she made you lose your job? No! This is how whitewashed this black good for nothing Sambo is. Okay? So, after she told me everything she did to him, talked about his children like they were dirty dish rags, to the point of I had to tell her, wait a minute, I'm still a black woman now. It's not his kids' fault. Well, you're right. She had to back up off of it then. Ain't no bitch gonna come to me because I got it all recorded and denied. She ain't gonna say a word because I'll play it. But this motherfucker jumped his black ass on YouTube. And I still I can't even fix my mouth. That's the reason why I say I'd rather play the recording. Some of the shit that lady said as a black woman, I can't even fix my mouth to say it. Okay? Now, she done all that to him. And he got on YouTube and tried to destroy a black woman. Okay? When I saw he wasn't my speed, I said, well, God, he lost his job. The first thing I thought about was because as black women, we're fixers. I said, well, he's moved all the way to Memphis. I ain't gonna just leave him out there like that. If he show me that he want to do something, I could help him. That man didn't want to do nothing, really. He was used to having a slave master's wife who all she wanted for them to do lick on her asshole. Okay. The slave master's wives took care of the black men as long as they the buck satisfied them sexually, but you better not step out of your place. Bitch, I'm gonna get you fired behind your back. I'm gonna talk about your kids. When he went back, when that lady was calling me every day, sending me scriptures, I get to thinking about that stuff because I was going through so much stuff at the time. I couldn't process that stuff that they was telling me that man was doing quite a bit of stuff to me. I was like, I'm trying to heal. I'm talking about from my dad's death, all the other stuff that I was going through. I can't deal with that right now. Now I'm dealing with it. He got me fucked up. Okay? Now I can process it. That's why he getting it on the back end. Okay? And so he got on here and he tried to make me look bad. Right? When I could say a whole lot of shit about him and totally annihilate him. Just me sitting there looking at him. What he did when he was around me, I could say a lot about him. Not just what she said. Okay? The first thing somebody told me that man said was, she called her husband. So after I sent him back because it wasn't working. So I sent him back because she told me he had been calling her. So I was like, I ain't gonna be able to deal with this. He wanted to believe now. This lady got access to his phone. This is how whitewashed this low down dog is. This lady got access to his phone, was telling me who he was talking to during the day when I was at work, and that black motherfucker got on here and told somebody, she called all the women in my call log. I'm going to call her job on her. This black bitch would rather believe that I did it than that white woman who had access to his call log. Okay, I didn't give a damn who he talked to at especially near the end. I was hoping whoever he was talking to, they would tell him to come on and be with them. Because I had gotten to a point I started having panic attacks because I was like, he got to go, and I need this transition to be easy. So I wasn't going to call nobody. Even when she told me he talking to a girl in Dallas, he talking to a girl in New York. She said he was talking to some girls, a woman, and she was looking at the call log, bitch, because she was paying for the phone. And he had the nerve to tell somebody I was doing it because he didn't want to be a white woman who really, because he's sorry, has been destroying his life the whole time. Okay? And so that video hits home because she had the right one. So I got to thinking, I was like, dog, I liked Parker. I thought I had gotten to know him. And so when I sent it, I was feeling so guilty. I was like, God, did I do the right thing? Because I started to feel guilty at a point. Even though I knew, I was like, he got to go get himself together. Because I can't take care of him. And he had the type of personality where he was comfortable with me getting up, going to work. She had already told me he comfortable with being taken care of because I took care of him. The slave master's wife made sure she had him trained. Okay. And so he thought he was going to dog me out. He wanted to prove. He didn't know, though. He know now, but he didn't know that she had been calling me, telling me everything that she had told me. I think that's the only reason. He didn't say it all he wanted to say now. Okay. He just didn't think my brain was going to turn over after I processed it. It took me a long time to process it because I was dealing with other stuff to come back at his butt. Okay. And so I think about that, even though he know that this lady was doing this stuff, that when because see, they had me messed up. Okay, so he wanted to really do a smear campaign on me to prove, because the first thing she said was, he said he don't even like black women. She wanted to let me know you're nothing, because she look at them as nothing. How you gonna be with a man 15 years and be with him when he raising his kids in his house, and you ain't got no connection to them? They were minors, and you could talk about them like they niggas to me. So when he went back home, I thought, dog, was she telling me that stuff so she could get him back? Because I don't know. I didn't know how I felt at that time about it. I was like, this white lady thinks she made a fool out of me. That's what came to my mind, even though I felt like I knew she was telling the truth. But she was smiling with her chipley teeth on Facebook. And I just got mad one day as if, yeah, I got him back, mission accomplished, which she didn't get shit back because he didn't have no job. Okay. And so I sent her a message. I said, so were you telling me those things so you could get him back? See, I'm brave enough to talk about what I do. And it wasn't no motherfucking harassment. I screenshot everything. She didn't respond. Her sister said, and this whitewashed Sambo Negro set up and said, well, she suck a black man dick, so she ain't racist. That's what he said. Her whole family racist except for her. I said, oh, okay. Her sister said up under the post, I know you're not reaching out to my sister about a piss poor black man that's got many children that he don't take care of. My sister ain't arguing over no nigga. That's what that white woman said to me about that Sambo. It took my breath away. It took my breath away. So when she was telling me about him, because I was in shock. I ain't had no white woman to call nobody since I was about 16 a nigga to me. Okay. Do you think she deleted it? She might have been deleted it now because she don't want Sambo to see it. But it sure one delete. My mama said, I got to go look at it. She said, oh my God, she sure called him a nigga. And she still had not deleted it a week later. Okay. And so then Sambo so whitewashed. His slave master got him trained real well. She bragged about how he wasn't gonna get no job, how she had got him fired off of 2 jobs. And then he turned around and told one of my subs, she called her, she writing on her page, and called and talked to her husband. I'm gonna get her fired off her job. You know he a Uncle Tom Sambo bitch. That's why I don't like him. He remind me of everything that they was saying. Okay? He had to prove to that white woman, this black woman is garbage. Just like you look at me, she ain't better than you. And I'm going to treat her like garbage, massa, so you can take me back in and put me back on the slave farm and take care of me. That's what he did. That's why I don't give. That's the reason why I'm madder than a motherfucker, bitch. You violate my privacy, hoe. You thought that you was going to exploit me. Okay? Okay? And I think I was very nice to that brother to help him to get back to the farm. But to think that he tried to do everything to me that his slave master had done to him. That lady even talked about his sexuality. I don't even want to get into that. Because why she going to be with him all that time if she had questions about things he did in bed? It's on the audio. All I know is he ain't tried with me. He ain't tried none of that stuff with me. That's all I can say. But you had that Negro. When I went out of my way, even when he was here, to try to be nice to him. And even when I knew it wasn't going to work, I told him and I helped him. I was nice to him. I let him keep his stuff in my studio until he could afford to come back and get a lot of that stuff. And guess what he did? To prove to his slave master that he was loyal to her, he had her to bring him back to Memphis so that I could see it, I guess. To pick up his stuff in my studio. Guess what we did? We set the shit outside for them to get. Okay? Because she said she said all of that stuff is my stuff. I bought that stuff. He said I could have the chair, the nice little leather chair that she bought him. He sat in my studio. He said I could have it, and that's when I'm doing my set song. So thank her for that nice leather chair. It's nice. It sits good too. Okay? The security girl and everybody else in the building got the rest of the shit. Don't play with me. Okay? But that's a prime example. Because that brother could have went on back home and we could have been cool. But he still did some things because she told me some stuff that brother did not divulge to me. So his motives were never right. Okay? But that Negro thought he was going to treat me dirty for that white woman. And she had been doing him like he was a damn dog, but he don't care. You can call my kids niggas. You can talk about my kids. You know what he gonna tell them kids? She's lying on her. When deep down inside, he knows it's the truth. When he started messing with me, I reached, and here's the thing. When she thought she was gonna play with me, so I ended up talking because she's still married. I talked to her husband, who's a white guy, probably racist. He was just as nice as he could be. He said, "No offense to you, but you know what's so strange to me is how she's spoken so badly about black people. No offense to you, but she broke up our family for a black man. You know, he said, I don't know if that's goof or what or something he called it. But you had that Negro, okay? Because he think he done made it land with a black woman, a white woman, to try and take down. And it happens so much to try to take down because she look at me and she's probably look at my page and she feel like, well, he went to Memphis with her and this and that. You Sambo, you better tear her down. Worse than the Samuel L. Jackson on Django. And that's what he thought he was going to do. That's what he got about doing. But he went up high enough to take me down. Okay? But those are the type of things that black people do. That's why I don't play with these Negroes, okay? Especially when they want to dance the jig. Okay? Anyways, that was my own little experience. If these folks want to, I mean, he getting on here telling everybody shit, you know. If he want to do that, he may as well. He need to tell it right. I bet you she ain't telling him now to do nothing to her. He already did everything, but she ain't telling him that now because she forgot that she told me that I could record her. Okay, she forgot she told me I could. But Sambo don't give a damn. She could be on that audio calling him all types of niggas and stuff. Sambo just want to be. He just want to stay on the farm. All Sambo want to do is stay on the farm. Sambo should have bowed out gracefully. I'd sent him back to where he came from. Okay. Okay. Sambo didn't want to rise to the occasion. If you're gonna be with me, you're gonna rise to the occasion. You can't work at no fucking Ralph Lauren making $10, $11 an hour, especially if you're gonna be paying rent where I live at. Your aspirations got to be better than that. And that go for any man. You gonna rise to the equation, or you're gonna rise to the occasion, or you gonna have to push on. Cause I have my way, and it takes money to do it. If you think I'm gonna pay your way, like them lying ass motherfuckers said, you better think again. Okay. Well, she probably took him back because, I think she felt insulted that I was a black woman. That was number one. And then because she did tell me she was mentally unstable. So then she said he drove her crazy, so she on mental meds. But she said he on them too. But so then she said, But I think, a lot of white people don't look at black people as being human. So she might have reckoned with it in her mind. Well, she black, so she ain't human anyways. Hey, I mean, yeah. Anyway, y'all, did y'all enjoy the documentary? Okay, did y'all enjoy the documentary? And I agree with that guy that we should sell something. And I got a lot of polo men belts and bags that I am going to sell. Because, see, I was going to give them to the Goodwill, but I can make some money off of them. I mean, a bag full of polo belts. They nice too. And so I think I'll say it's about 100 of them in the bag. I think I'll sell them for $10 a belt. Okay. And then after I sell them out of the bag, I'm gonna sell the bag. Now I'm gonna keep one of the bags. Now there's some nice leather. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna keep one of the bags to put my laptop and stuff in. Okay, I gotta sell the belts out of there first. And then I'm gonna sell some of, some more stuff. Um, like some of my shoes and stuff I don't wear no more. So y'all be looking on Facebook. Go subscribe to my Real Talk with Tamara page. And then go to my Instagram and subscribe to Real Talk WIT Tamara. That's my Instagram page. You know what? I think I will sell some purses because I got some purses in there I would never wear again. I would never carry them again because I have not carried them in like over a year. So I don't really carry Michael Kors stuff no more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna sell all of my Michael Kors purses. And they're nice too. They're really nice. I just don't want them. I just don't want them. Yeah, I have fallen so in love with Coach. And Coach leather is like what I like it to be. It's just perfect. I love it. Y'all, we're off work tomorrow. The courts are closed. We're off. One of the other investigators had just said, girl, it's still bad out here. We waiting on the chief. Y'all know the chief federal prosecutor. Hey, hey, hey! Girl, if you don't stop, why you always trying to fight him? What's going on with you? Why you got all this anger on the inside of you? Rainbow, you weren't like that at first. Now you gonna have to stop. You can't be a mean girl. I know you feel like, let me talk to you. I know you feel like you have to be mean amongst boys. You feel like they've been tossing you around and you got to show them that you're a strong girl. But you can't be fighting these boys. You stop being mean. It look ugly on girls to act like little boys and stuff and be mean. Y'all leave her alone, shit. She don't want to deal with y'all. Here, come lay on my shoulder and calm down. She breathing hard too. She mad as hell. Y'all hit that like button. Neo says selling merch is one of the best hustles I've ever had. T-shirts, sneakers, purses, colognes. I'm gonna tell y'all something that I've been thinking about doing because I'm gonna start selling some merch with my name and stuff on it. But I'm gonna tell y'all something that I really want to do. I mean, I thought about doing like because I'm a candle fanatic. So I'm gonna tell y'all what I did. I bought all of the supplies to start making candles. To start making, I love stuff that smell good, right? And I was like, dog, like I got the jars, I got the wax, I got everything, and I got the scents, and I want to make them unique. I really I want to make them so unique. So I thought about selling candles too, because I know men and women would buy candles. I want to sell some shirts because a few years back I was selling shirts on my TV show and I trademarked all of the slogans. Like I like to trademark everything. I don't put nothing out on as far as that. It's really expensive to trademark stuff too. And I wanted to put out a few little slogans and sell some shirts. And here's the thing, I was like, dog, like I want to so y'all know how I be thinking about ways to keep costs down. So I was like, I'm going to order the t-shirt machine and all of that and start like doing my own t-shirts. Or I'll hire somebody to make the t-shirts as I like get the orders and stuff in and put the design and stuff on there. That's something I really want to do. Now that's like I love coffee mugs, like I love them so much, but I have not, cuz see I don't like cheap coffee mugs like those really, like the coffee mugs like that Vista print sale. I don't want to sell those coffee mugs. Like I like to get the coffee mugs like glass coffee mugs, like for reasonable prices. Like I don't like for them to be skinny. You know how like the real cheap ones in the dollar store? I like for them to be wide and nice, and I like glass coffee mugs and stuff like that. I've been trying to find some reasonable ones so that I could put print and stuff on them, like with my logo and all of that on it, so I could start putting merch up. I really truly got to make this a business. I do. I really and truly got to make this a business. Like, I feel like, yeah, I really and truly got to make this a business. It's just something because I'm gonna tell y'all how good God is, right? So y'all know I'm getting my degree, so I'm taking my law classes. I've started taking like the law classes, and so the one of the first classes was my paralegal studies class. And so we do the class online, but we have to be in the class online. So we have to be in, it's like a team, so we have to zoom in. So the lady last night, our instructor, she's a lawyer. Okay, she's a lawyer in the Tennessee area somewhere. And anyways, I was thinking about, I was like, dog, I got my investigator's licenses. I've gotten all of my certifications through the feds, like with investigations, like because they're always making sure that we stay. They're just always making sure we stay certified on certain things with certain stuff that we do as far as investigations. So, and I was like, when in my paralegal class, I was thinking, I was like, Lord, I would like to, even though I'm gonna go to law school, I would like to get like my paralegal, be certified as a paralegal. I promise you, I said that. So we was in class last night, right before we got out of class, right before we was ready to get offline, she said, "Oh, and at the end of this class, um, it's strictly up to you all. If you all want to take a test, and I'll give the test so you can be a certified paralegal. You can." I was like, Lord, that's one of the things that I said I want to be able to put on my wall at the office, even though I'm gonna go further than that, to have my investigative licenses, my paralegal licenses. Um, and she said that last night. She was like, so after you take this course, you can definitely get certified if you want to. And I was like, that is so, just so amazing. God is just so good. Um, it says, She Johnson, I got off, hit the tub smelling like mahogany. Ooh, I don't know what it is about when She Johnson come in here. The men don't know how to act. They get to talking about they smell good, and I tell you, they don't know how to act. They be in the chat showing out when She Johnson come up in here. The last time I came on, She Johnson was up in here. Magnane Mace, all of them was cutting up. I was just talking. I happened to look down at the chat. I said, what the hell going on up in here? They was all talking about coding. Y'all hit the like button for me. I would tell y'all to call in, but the police got my phone, so can't call in right now. I can't drop the link because people too stupid. Unless I send you the link behind the scenes. Y'all, who would y'all like to see me? Okay, so y'all know I interviewed Grove Hero. I'm ready to interview somebody else that was affiliated with the Young Dolph case. Who do you all think that I should try to interview next? And I'm gonna reach out to them. If y'all tell me who, whatever interview y'all want to see, I will reach. I'm gonna reach out to that person and ask them will they do an interview with me. Oh yes, Mia. Mia J would be a great interview. Angel says Key Glock. I'm gonna see if my cousin April can get in touch with Key Glock to see if he will do an interview with me. Key Glock don't never really have nothing to say. Um, y'all know who I really want to interview, and that is Daddy O. I would love to interview him because I got such a big crush on him. I got a big crush on him. I wonder how tall is Daddy O because I be liking thick guys, especially if they tall. I'm like, oh my god, he tall and he thick. It just be turning me on, and he got money. Oh my god, that's ooh. Oh Lord Jesus. Diane says when I lunch, I'll give you my business card and website. I'm starting a tech company. Okay. Anyways, y'all hit the like button for me. We've been on here a long time. I'm serious. I do. I have a crush on Daddy O. He got a mysteriousness about him. You already know, like when they have like a mysterious, when you know they don't play, and then they real controlled and they ain't flashy, but you already know they got it. And I don't know, they just have a manliness about them, and they ain't catty. I can't stand the old catties. I don't like men that argue with women. It's just something that's real unattractive about that. I don't care if I don't like a man. If I see he got a manliness about him where he don't stoop to arguing with women, it's something about that that's attractive to me. He said no reason. Um, he said no reason. Women like me. Edward, I would be glad to have that information. Go hard. That's right, Edward. Go hard. Diane, how your class has been coming along? Diane, how your class coming along? Diane working on her master's. Let me see if I can get a I got to get my bachelor's first, but I'm gonna see if I can get a master's of law. Yeah, it's good to know the law is so interesting. I'm telling you, when something spark my interest, I go way out because like investigations, I'm so like obsessed with just investigations that it's ridiculous. Let's see, masters of law, masters of law degree. Oh, they says a 1 year postgraduate degree for legal professionals holding a JD or equivalent looking to specialize in areas like tax, international, or intellectual property. It offers international lawyers insight into U.S. Canadian systems and provide advanced expertise to enhance career prospects common in the US for specialization, it often requires a thesis. Oh, okay. But it's for non-lawyers. Hmm. Now, I'm not going to practice law. I'm not going to practice, but I am going to get my law license. I'm going to go to law school and get my license. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, I see. So for a full-time law student, it takes 2 years if you go to law school full-time. And for a part-time law student, they're saying it could take 2.5 years. Okay, so that's why my advisor told me that in no longer than four, she said, in no longer than 4 years, you'll be a lawyer. Let's see. Um, I think I'm gonna focus more on the business part of law too. Once I get my degree, I'm gonna focus more on learning more about business, which is entertainment law and real estate. Those will be the two areas that I would focus on. Not practicing, but just focusing more on learning more about that. They said R. Kelly's release date is 2045. Lord Jesus, will he survive it? So basically, he got 19 more years to sit in jail at his age. How old is R. Kelly? Diane said, Diane says that master's program whooping her butt. A lot of people say that when they get into the master's program, they be so stressed out. They be so happy when they get out of that master. When they pass their master's program, they throw themselves a real big party. Child, you ain't got but a year. You gonna take that like a champ. And then after you get your master's, after you get your master's, we probably will be graduating at the same time. We need to take a trip. All of us need to take a girls trip. Um, we all need to take a trip to New Orleans. Yeah, I know I love taking a trip to New Orleans. Well, we all need to take a trip to California. Either we all need to take a trip to New Orleans or to California or to Chicago. You'll be well. You should go on and do it. She just and you should. I think you should. You should go do it. Edward Potts. I'm talking about the women. I'm talking about all the women. Edward Potts. Some of these women, if their husbands know a man, they will not let them go. Who's getting that master's degree right now? Chocolate. Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Like I've been longing for New York. I ain't gonna lie. I think about when we was at um that coffee shop in New York that they did that love story, that scene, that love story. I cannot think of it. Was it called The Letters? Something Letters. It was a love story. And oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's a coffee shop in New York, and I that's my friend was like, we gotta go because she loved that movie. And we went to the coffee shop that they did that movie at. It was called the something Letters. But I want to go to New York when it's hot. I don't like vacationing nowhere other than if we're gonna go to Africa, to Jamaica, somewhere like that where it's hot all the year round. I when I vacation is unless I'm going to like on a unless I'm going on a like unless I'm going on my Alaskan cruise. Now I still want to go to I still want to take my Alaskan cruise. Hold on, you all. I'm looking at something. Okay, thanks for sending it. Hold on, you all. Okay, now let's see. I need for a man. I guess I'm gonna have to get the little boys to go do it over across the way. I need for a man to take my garbage out, and I need them to come and put up some stuff I bought, like my little pot holder stand and stuff. Uh, Hold on, y'all. Give me a minute. Okay. Cypress said, let's go. I need to find out how to watch Love Is by Mama Brock. Y'all, what are some good movies I can watch while I'm at home? I'm off work again tomorrow, child. The courts are going to be closed, so we are off because of the weather. And I had just said, I was like, it's so bad. It is so bad. I did crank my car and stuff up, but I'm looking like people are. It is bad. Like it is. Oh God, my dogs need. I guess I'm gonna have to walk to the Italian market because I don't want to drive. My dogs are out of dog food. You don't have no Uber drivers, like no DoorDash or nothing that's delivering. Hold on, let me see. See if anybody is delivering today, because I can have them to deliver me some dog food for my puppies. If not, I'm gonna have to boil them some chicken breast and cut it up and shred it, and that's what they're gonna have to eat. Let's see. Oh wow, still not delivering today, y'all. Still not delivering. See, I went to Sam's and they didn't have the case of dog food. I should have known better to go to Sam's over there anyways. I should have went where I normally go and not go to the one on Covington Pike. I should have went on out to Germantown. Let's see. Target. Let's see if they're delivering. Because that's where I need the dog food from. I need it from Walmart. Target on Colonial. Oh, y'all, I hope that they delivering. How come it won't let me type in dog food? Okay, here it is, dog food. Let's see, dog food. Y'all, has the mailman been running? Why is it showing me dry food? My dogs don't eat no dry food. Let's see. Okay, here's some filet mignon. Caesar. How many up in there? Let's see. 12. 12 will do. 12 will do until I can get out. It's wet food. How come the pet don't have a wet pedigree? My dogs don't like food with gravy on it. Oh, here it go right here. I think they're gonna like that filet mignon. Should I get them the filet mignon? Is 12 count gonna be good enough? Should I get them the canned dog food? I think I need to get them the canned dog food, don't it? But it's got gravy on it. They don't like dog food with gravy on it. Oh, so they got the chops. I need to get them some more vitamins too, because it's cold outside. I gotta make sure their immune system is strong. Because they ran out of vitamins because I've been giving it to them every day. They ran out of melatonin too because I like to keep them asleep. They wakes up in the night barking. Dog, I got wet dog, gravy dog food. Is it 18? I know y'all think I'm kooky on it. I be talking to myself sometimes when I be thinking out loud, not talking to myself. I be thinking out loud. Okay, so if that's 18, that's liver and bacon. I think they'll like that liver and bacon. It ain't got no gravy on it. I'm going to get them that. I'm going to put that in the basket. Now I need to get them some vitamins. I'm going to give them the Caesar dog food too. See how they like that. And I'm going to get them some vitamins. And I'm going to see if they got some melatonin. Because they woke up early in the night. Because they're out. Let's see. Dog vitamins. Let's see. Liquid vitamins. Where my damn glasses at? I can't see shit. Airborne. I wonder if airborne is for dogs. I can't see. Where are my glasses at? Airborne original immune system. I don't think airborne is for dogs though. Is it? Why would it be over in the dog section then if it ain't for dogs? I need to see if they got some. I'm gonna just get it. Let's see if they got some footies. Because they have to go outside and use the restroom. It's cold out there in the snow. Let's see, dog footies. Dog socks. I may as well get everything because I don't know when I'm going to be able to get out again. Doggy socks. Doggy socks. Should I put puppy socks? Puppy socks. Puppy socks. I wonder why puppy socks don't come on. Or maybe I should put dog clothes. Dog clothes. For winter. For the winter. it won't come up on DoorDash. Dog clothes for the winter. Socks. Doggy socks. Dog and puppy socks. PUPPY socks. Every time I put that in there, men's socks come up. Lord, I guess I wonder if they trying to tell me something. Every time I put dog and puppy socks in the thing, men's socks come up. Socks in the men's section. Lord have mercy. Men, they said it. Target said it, not me. I ain't gonna worry about it. They just have to go outside bare feet. And I'm gonna get that dog food. They have two things of two. Why yums pop up? Chocolate, do you eat from yums? I don't order nothing from yums. I have not eaten from yums since I was a little girl. And I don't even know. Folks must don't know the history because yums is still around. I get sick at the stomach every time. I don't know why it would jump up as if I want something from yums. Anybody from Memphis eat from yums? Or they too young to know the history. I don't eat from no yums. I had just started working for the police department. I was working at felony response when that situation happened with yums, and it was absolutely true. I'm telling y'all, I don't mess with yums. I'm trying to understand why it's still around. Now, I know they got one downtown now, but at the time, it was right there on Elvis Presley and Norris. At the time when that situation went down, and I think now, I don't know if it's still called Yums, but I think it's another place, Asian, Chinese restaurant there. And how the police caught them, I think they're the reason. That was one of the reasons why they put you through all these screenings now when you trying to adopt an animal, a puppy and a cat. I hear my right hand to the Lord. It's the truth. It's a Yums down by downtown by 201. I passed right on by it. I never been up in there. I don't care if it ain't on Elvis Presley. To be perfectly honest, I don't eat nowhere. I gotta go pick up. I eat there or place my order at restaurant to go. They probably use DoorDash and stuff now. I don't want them delivering it to me, period. The only now I do like to eat from Hong Kong on Elvis Presley right there next to Piccadilly, and from Milan. And I used to love to go to that Milan on Young, Cooper and Young. So then I called to get me some. I like vegetable rice. I only eat vegetable rice. So I called to get me some vegetable rice recently. Watch Steven gonna say something. And so so they answered. It was like, no, we're around Colonial. I said, what happened to the one at Cooper and Young? Oh, that one been closed down. So then my daughter was like, Mom, you didn't know that the Milan at Cooper and Young closed down because their scores kept being real, real low. And the last time they shut them down, I said, oh my God. And I really thought I really thought, Lord have mercy, just. So, I'm gonna tell y'all somewhere else you can't get me to pull up to. It just looks nasty on it. Even I'm talking about looking at the building and everything. I'm not eating at Dixie Queen. Period. I see what works inside of Dixie Queen. Mm-mm, I can't do it. I ain't gonna tell no stories. I have eaten some churches. I like churches. I like those jalapeno poppers that churches got. And what else do I like that churches got? I like their chicken. I ain't gonna tell no lie. I'm gonna tell you who chicken I don't like because they changed the recipe. I can't eat it. I can't eat nothing from KFC. I remember KFC used to have the best chicken, the best coleslaw, and the best mashed potato and gravy. I can't eat nothing from KFC, period. It's nasty. And if Popeyes don't get their life right, I'm gonna stop. I don't be eating that stuff no more, anyways. But I'm just saying, like sometimes I have an attack, and I go, "Ooh, I want some Popeyes, or I want some I want some chicken, and I don't want to have to cook it." I'm gonna tell y'all something. I don't. You'll never catch me buying like that. My mama love it. I'll eat it if she has it. I don't like hot wings. It's something about hot wings. I will eat them, but you'll never catch me saying I'm getting ready to go order me some hot wings. I don't like them like that. She just says she eats church's chicken frequently. Y'all know KFC was the bomb when we were growing up. That's spicy. Woo! Lord Jesus. Got me thinking, but I got some spicy chili in there that's so fire. It don't make no sense. It's fire. Y'all know I've been buying like I don't even like tomato paste like that, but what I've been buying is their hunts that's seasoned. And I found some hunts because I've been cleaning out my cabinets and stuff. And I found some hunts that I had bought, I guess not too long ago, and it said hunts seasoned tomato sauce for meatloaf, for you to put in a meatloaf. Well, you can put in anything. It's just got that on there. I put it in my chili. It was seasoned so good. Oh my God. And then of course, y'all know I put everything on my meat to season it on my turkey, my ground turkey or my ground chicken. Cause I don't put salt on my food like that. So y'all know I put all the seasonings that I got. That's not salty. Y'all, that chili is so fire because I bought some kidney beans, and the kidney beans. I had a mild can and a spicy can. I put both of them in there to spice it up. Then I bought the spicy packages of chili. I put in there, and what else did I put in there? I put what else did I put in there, you guys? Let's see. Oh, I put a can of garlic and basil crushed tomatoes in there. All of that good flavor got that chili just fire. On top of all of the seasoning I put in there. Y'all know I use garlic powder, onion powder, um, Italian seasoning, oregano, um, what else? Slap your mama seasoning, I put a little bit of whatever that Dano was in some of everything just for the flavor. And it never be under seasoned or over seasoned because I don't use salt. It be perfect. Nothing but good flavor. She said she still got 3 more hours. Well, when I did eat, I ate at 12. I ate some chili. And so when I eat again, it's going to be some chili. That chili is fire. Ooh, I might want to make some more chili. No, after I eat that chili, in which I think it's gonna last today, and it's gonna last for tomorrow. After that, I am making homemade chicken noodle soup. So I went to Sam's and I got a deal. Y'all know I love deals, and I got 2 whole chickens. And y'all know Sam sold them. They was together, and I think I paid $15.99 for 2, and they are huge. And I'm gonna put one of them in the pot. I'm gonna season it up real good and put it in the pot in my chicken. Cause I got some spicy chicken broth, so I'm gonna put it in the pot and let it boil and season it up really good. The chicken stock. You really don't have to put because you make your own. You put water in there, and you can just make really good chicken stock. And that's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna save that chicken stock. I'm gonna freeze it. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. And then I'm gonna make my chicken noodle soup. I'm gonna make my chicken noodle soup homemade. So I'm glad I thought about that. I need to have them to bring me some carrots. I need some carrots and some celery. And what else? I got the noodles, carrots, celeries. I got onions for days. Sam's had a real good sale on the real big tall bags of onions. So I got the red and the sweet onions. I mean, it's probably about 20 in each bag. And I think they were like $3. Um, so celery, carrots, celery, carrots. I got the onions. That's all. That's all you put into the chicken noodle soup, right? Celery, carrots, and onions. Yeah, am I missing anything? I got the fresh garlic in there. I could chop that up. She said she think the DoorDash we playing. I always listen. I always like. I only order food from DoorDash from places that seal the bag up. If they don't use the seal to seal up the bag, I don't order from those places. And it's only a few places that do that. Like I said, the Asian place that I order from, and what's the name of that place that I be ordering from? Um that chicken place, Gus's, do it. And yeah, I don't order no pizzas and stuff from DoorDash. I don't even want the pizza place bringing me no pizza. I don't want it. But y'all know these folks do everything. They be putting stuff. Misery Loves Company. They put everything in your food that they got going on with them. Mm. I tell you. He said I got him thinking about business and food. I am, because I get to thinking about that. When you start really cooking your own food and stuff at home, it's good to prep it like the day before so you don't be tired. Most people eat out because they be too tired to cook. Most of the time when they get off work drained. If you start prepping it, your food at home tastes so much better than the food. Like that you buy out. You already know what you're putting in your food. It's not a whole lot of salt they use. The grease and stuff ain't old or whatever, the oil. I made a honey glazed salmon. I forget what it's called, what they call it. It was like Jamaican made because I went and got a what is that fruit called? That green fruits. A mango. I got a mango. I got of course I put the carrots and onions and stuff on the mango. I had I cut up a pineapple and I put it and of course I glazed it with honey when I was cooking it, and it was so good. Y'all know I like sweet and spicy stuff. So I always use spicy. My food is always got a little kick to it. And that mango and that pineapple and that honey made it a sweet. And I balanced it out with putting that spicy slap your mama seasoning on it. So it was sweet and spicy. It was so good. Oh my God, it was so good. Salmon. Oh Lord. You all make sure y'all hit that like button.
Oh, you look fly in those. Put those on. You look fly. Oh, yeah. For my benefit, but I said no because I've gotten used to them and I like them on him. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's cool. But Mom, you can take off your glasses now, eh?
Yeah, hit the like button. Yeah, hold on. Y'all know I'm looking at something. He says, all hair and all gloves are a must. Y'all, it's so cold outside. It's ridiculous. It is. It's ridiculously cold. see if I can get my carrots. Carrots. And celery. Oh my God, celery is so expensive these days. Oh wow, celery is so expensive. Cilantro. I am out of fresh cilantro and avocado. I need an avocado too. So cilantro and I need some avocados for breakfast. Do y'all do that? I take avocados and I'm gonna tell y'all something that's so good. So what I do is I boil like 3 eggs, right? And then I take the egg and I mash it up, and then I cut open an avocado, take the avocado out and chop it up, and then I season it with salt and pepper. And if you want to, a little crushed pepper. I don't really, just a sprinkle of salt, not a lot. I don't like salt like that. And then I wrap it up. I put a mayo on it. Put a little bit of mayo on it, and then I mix it together and I take it and put it in. I love that iceberg lettuce. No, that romaine lettuce. I'm sorry. And I take it and put it in the lettuce and roll it up, and that's what I eat for breakfast. And it's so good. It's healthy and it's good. And you could put other stuff in there too. You could chop up a jalapeno pepper if you want to and put it in there. Put onions and stuff in there if you want to. Mix it all together and put it in that lettuce wrap and roll it up, and it is so good. You said yeah, Target has everything in stock. I wanted some fresh cilantro because I may want to make some tacos later this week, and I need some cilantro. Um, I already got some lime. I just need a few avocados. 3 avocados would 4. I'll take 4 avocados. How about that? That'll do me just fine. And that's all I need. It let me do all that and say, whoops, sorry, delivery isn't available. Oh my God. For Target. Why did it say that? Yeah, I'm gonna have to walk to the Italian market. I'm gonna have to wrap up real good and walk to the Italian market to get my puppy some dog food. It's about 20 minutes up the road. I wonder, uh, why is it saying, what about the dollar store? The Family Dollar. I'm just gonna, cans of dog food. Dog food. It's a damn shame how high the dollar store, the family dollar store dog food is. It's high. Hmm. I'll get 4 cans of the real big one. But shit, that costs just as much as a case. They're selling dog food with gravy. Okay, so maybe this one will be good. How many up in there? Um, that was 6. I'll take it. I'm desperate now. I'll take anything. Let me delete that. I think you have to get at least $25 worth of stuff right in order for DoorDash to come. Um, yeah. So let me see. Oh, y'all, I ain't gonna even tell no stories. I've been wanting some ice cream. I wonder if they got some nutty bars. I hope Steven ain't in here. I want some ice cream. I could cheat this one time. I wonder if they got black walnut. That's my favorite. Um, nutty bars, ice cream bars, ice cream. Now I just lost 10 pounds, and I'm now trying to eat some ice cream. Klondike bars. Klondike bars would be good. It ain't before, which is good. Mm. Yeah, how do those Klondike Reese's bars taste? Are they too sweet? I can't eat none when it's real sweet. I don't like no real sweet stuff. I can't eat it. I throw it away. Are those Klondike bars too sweet? Those Reese's bars, because that's all I see is the ones that. Because I don't. Reese's Pieces are okay, but sometimes they can be too sweet. Walmart delivery is the best. You know what? We don't have Walmart delivery in our area. I wish we did, but we don't have it. Because I sure would use it. They got that Brewers Campfire S'mores. I know that's too sweet. I can't eat that. They got the regular shit. What's that? That's Klondike cones. I can't eat that shit. That's gonna be too sweet for me. I don't want it. Um, why they don't have nothing regular? Oh, yeah, it is. It would be cheaper. I wish that we had delivery. That's a Reese's bar. Why they got Reese's Pieces bars everywhere? I don't want that. Oreo, that's too sweet. Snickers, that's too sweet. Where the black walnut at? Um, Magnum cookie dust ice cream. It's like they want people to like develop diabetes or something. Why all this so? They make it so sweet. I didn't have to add stuff. I just want regular. What's this right here? Is it regular? I don't like the crunch, but I'm gonna have to get it. It's regular. I gotta request it. They saying the item out of stock. Mm, mm, mm. Lord, it just ain't meant for me to have no ice cream. That's all that is. I don't need it. Peanut butter ice cream bar. I don't want no damn peanut butter bar. I wonder why they don't sell the regular stuff like the regular ice cream. Let's see, ice cream. Maybe if I put ice cream here, everything chocolate chip cookie. I don't want no chocolate chip cookie. It's too sweet. Oh, well, Lord, maybe you're trying to tell me something. I ain't gonna buy nothing. I know I'm not gonna eat. I already know I'm not gonna eat that. Should I get Oreos? Maybe I should get Oreos and milk. A little thing of milk. That's what I'll do. Oreo cookie. Oreo and milk. I want the small Oreos. I don't like the big ones. Milk. Half-gallon of milk. Lord, don't tell me the folks ain't got no milk. Everybody have milk. They ain't got no milk. I can't even eat the Oreos without milk. Lord Jesus. Let me take the Oreos out the basket. I don't want them. It's a damn shame before God that a store ain't got no damn milk. I don't want no damn chocolate milk. How they gonna sell cereal and ain't got no milk? Let me take the Oreos out because I don't want them. I guess it just ain't meant for me to have nothing sweet. I've been doing good not eating sweet stuff. I thought the Family Dollar Store, normally have milk. Child, they ain't got no milk. They must be out. I know y'all be saying she is kooky as they come. They got chocolate milk. I don't want that. I don't want chocolate milk. Mm-mm-mm. Maybe I should put whole milk. Let me put whole milk. I just don't want to believe the dollar store don't have no milk. Whole milk. Whole milk. Still didn't come up. Well, Lord. I guess you don't want me to have no Oreos. Hmm. Yeah. Mm. No milk. Mm. Hey, 2024 Joe. You ain't nowhere else to. Shit. Mm-mm. I went to Sam's and bought some almond milk. I put it in the freezer. Yeah, when I put it in the freezer and it unthawed, it was complete water. It was complete water, y'all. I said, ain't this a mess? Let me just continue because I might get to the end and it say it ain't delivering. It said, whoops, delivery is not available from this store right now. Why do it let me put all this stuff in the cart and then when I get to the end, it ain't ready. It don't deliver. Y'all have the mailman been running in y'all's area? I thought for sure I had a store. I don't even want to be bothered. I'm gonna just boil my dog some chicken breast. I'm gonna boil it and chop it up. I ain't gonna even worry about it. Ain't nobody delivering. They ain't delivering. I don't blame them though. They ain't getting out. It's still bad outside. I really hate to do that because if I start boiling them chicken breasts, they gonna think I'm supposed to always boil them chicken breasts. They're not gonna want to eat their dog food. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna get ready to see if they deliver. Let's see. Dog food. It says pickup or delivery. Um, let's see. Delivery. Yep, it's not available. They're not. They don't deliver. It's not available. I don't know what I'm gonna do, y'all. I'm having a sugar attack. Ain't nobody delivering. Ain't nobody doing DoorDash. I haven't seen the mailman. I don't fool with Uber, period. Because the people that work for Uber steal your stuff and then say it was delivered and Uber won't give you your money back. And they got all these stores up here that's supposedly delivering fast, 63 minutes, zero delivery fee. And then once you put all your stuff in the cart, it'll say it's not delivering. Anyway, y'all, I'm getting ready to get off of here. I'm gonna get ready to get off of here. I appreciate y'all tuning in. I ain't mean to keep y'all on here while I try to look for somebody to deliver my dog some food. I appreciate y'all tuning in. Make sure y'all like, share, and subscribe, okay? I love you all. I'll talk to you later.